Well, hello there. What's going on, Science Streams? Belinda, good to see you in here. My Reed Mermaid. Hello, how are you doing? Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Glad to have you in here today. It's a Tuesday. Now, this was supposed to be the start of something else, but the skies, they had other ideas. This is what we're doing tonight. We got the telescope out this evening. Hello, how you doing? Lynn, good to see you. Amazing. One of the best. One of the best science and tech streamers in a long time. That's not just because you read my book. It's because you guys are amazing. It is incredible. You want to know everything there is to know about ants? Go check out Science Streams. Go click on that link. Check them out. Do what you can to support as many people as you care to and would like to have on your view screen. Checking out something different, something out of the ordinary on Twitch. Good to see everybody today. We are already up and running with our imaging. Thanks, Andy. Is it? Oh, for Pete's sake. How about now? Less echoey. It was just so epic to talk about Balint and science streams. That's what it was. Not that I totally forgot to turn off certain settings. But how are you doing today, Andy? How is your day going? We are, like I said, we got the telescope out tonight. It is clear for at least the next 3 hours. You appreciate the echo. It just explains the
Holy
epicness.
potatoes.
The epicness. But the epic of tonight is that we have the telescope up and running. It is on the Pinwheel Galaxy right now. I figured what is going to be a great target to work with. We have our broadband filter in the scope tonight, so we are looking at things in as much of the visible spectrum as possible. What is the visible spectrum, you ask? Well, sorry, it is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Everything excuse me. No, wrong way. Look at all my YouTube videos. No, wait, where'd it go? I lost my tab. There it is. So in the visible spectrum, from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, we are capturing a great deal of light in many portions of this visible spectrum. So it is allowing this camera to capture as much detail as possible, and we are looking at a galaxy that is 23 million light years away. We're jumping right into things because I don't know how long the skies are going to stay clear for, so I really need to make sure that we are maximizing on how much we're showing. We're going to show you guys tonight, because that's what this channel is all about. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we love to share live astrophotography on this channel in as much color as possible. Now we are shooting it, like I said, we're shooting the broadband, so any kind of color that we're going to be seeing is what the camera is going to be representing. There's no change in the color palette if you're seeing something that's red, because that is what is down in the 656 nanometer range, in that area of the hydrogen alpha. If you're seeing things more that are a little more blue, and those are more energetic particles that are being captured. So there are so many different targets to be looking at tonight. I think we're going to be looking at a few different galaxies, but I figured we would start off with one of the biggest face-on galaxies that we have in M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. And relatively nearby, but it is one of the most massive galaxies we can see. And it's very fortunate that we can see this one face on, because there is amazing amount of detail in this galaxy. Given enough time, there is more than just the main galaxy in this image. There are other little satellite galaxies around it, much like we have our own satellite galaxies. The large and small Magellanic Clouds that are only visible being from the southern hemisphere and some of the maybe closer to the equator. Unfortunately, we on the northern hemisphere, we don't get to see our two satellite galaxies. However, we have the North Star. Don't know if that's a brag, but now this image, you say, oh, it's kind of cool. I can kind of see the galaxy. It's a little interesting. But how come it doesn't look like all those pictures in National Geographic? How come it doesn't look like that, like everything I see on Instagram? Because there is a great deal of, while there is no photo manipulation going on when you're editing astrophotography images, there is very little detail. It takes a long time to gather as much information. And if we reset this histogram, set the black and white levels all the way back to all the way to both ends, you're only going to see a couple of the brightest points of light, just some of the stars in this image. Now, if you do your auto stretch, it will adjust it a little more so you can see some more of the background detail. There really isn't any editing going on right now. We're just highlighting the levels in this image. And we're looking at M101, this galaxy here, 23 million light years away. And if we, the more time we can put into an image, the more detail we can pull out without making it look grainy and you're losing detail. It looks like just way too fuzzy. And that's why with astrophotography, you need to have it's good to have a camera that can be cooled down to sub-zero temperatures. It is good to be able to have a moonless night like we're having tonight. The moon isn't going to make any impact on our images this evening, which is fantastic. It's been quite a while, actually, since we've had these clear skies available, and during a new moon, because there have been many times we have some clear skies, and it is a freaking full moon out. That's not what we want. We want to be able to have as little light pollution as possible, because where we are, there is very little light pollution altogether. So we got to take advantage of that. So adorable. Hello, my love. Hello, Pookie. Have you a hot tea in hand? So right now, our image of M101, yes, it doesn't look that great. However, you can start to edit, edit is the wrong word. We can adjust these histogram levels, bring up get rid of everything that is to the left of this is essentially data we don't really need. And everything that is in between these two blocks is where all the interesting data is going to be sitting. And when we bring them closer together, we cut through essentially all the garbage that we don't need. You will soon. Excellent. Always important, especially it has been freaking cold as well. It's been very cold the past few days. We were sitting at minus 21 degrees Celsius the other day. Things have started to warm up. The snow is starting to melt. I think this might be the final gasp for winter. See astronomy. See astronomy. See astronomy. Run. Run, astronomy. Run. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow tonight. Very good to have you all in here today. For those who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And taking live images of outer space is what I love to do. And is what I love to share with everybody as well. There may be people in some areas where you don't have the ability. Maybe you have a lot of light pollution in your area. That's a big problem too. We're talking about light pollution. We pretty much bang on about light pollution almost every day. Doing good. How you doing? Well, doing very well. Doing fantastic. Why? Because we got the telescope out tonight. I'm here in Central Ontario, Canada. We are taking live images of outer space. These are 3-minute exposures, and we're stacking them live. We are using the ZWO ASI Air Plus, which is, I gotta say, for what we've been doing here, and I count pretty much all of these streams as a live review, because I've been trying to utilize as many features as possible on here, and just to see how much what we can get out of this little Raspberry Pi unit, comparing it against what we have had in the past for the original ASI Air. That was our first foray into I guess remote imaging, and that was great because I didn't have to leave my laptop outside anymore. Now we do have this I have this all connected through my home network using the Ethernet port. And while there is a okay Wi-Fi signal, people do complain about it. For what I'm doing now, controlling it on my computer, it is working so well. And knock on wood, ZWO hasn't mucked around with any of the support through BlueStacks, the Android emulator for Windows systems. And it has allowed me to stay nice and warm in the office and being able to share these images with everybody. So, like I said, right now we're doing our live stack. We've taken 8 3-minute images of the Pinwheel Galaxy, and I figured we were going to be using a broadband filter, the Optolong L Pro. Last imaging session we did have, it was kind of a live review of the L Extreme, Optolong's very aggressive dual narrowband filter, and that one came courtesy of Visible Dark, Sean Nielsen out in Kitchener, Ontario. He has a great relationship with Optolong, and he held a contest during one of his YouTube live streams, and I entered the contest, and thankfully we were victorious. We won that portion of the content of the giveaway, and now we were using the Optolong L Extreme whenever possible. Right now we're edging into galaxy season, so for the most part you wanted to get galaxies in the broadband so you can capture as much light as possible, because some portions of the galaxies, no matter how bright and how large they are, they can be obscured if you start cutting down as much information that your camera is going to receive. And because we're using the ZWO ASI 533 MC Pro, it is a color camera, so cutting out some of the bands of visible spectrum can be a detriment, because it's, we're only going to get 1/4 of the red pixels that are going to be absorbed, 1/4 of the blue, 50% of the green. And because there isn't a great deal of green, you got a lot of black bodies in outer space, so green isn't going to do a whole lot. So what we like to do here, for the purpose of showing you something in color, monochrome images look great. We're looking to get a monochrome camera in the future, but as wonderful as a nice high contrast image in black and white can look, I want to be able to show everybody a color image so that you can see the different colors that can be within nebulae, star colors in these galaxies. That's what I love about this filter we use, is that we're getting our orange stars showing up. We got our blue and our white stars, and we can get some red giants as well. And also the fact that we can capture these faint lines. Now this line right here, that's a satellite. This area is also fairly notorious for a great deal of satellites going through, and I'm actually kind of surprised we only have one that's shown up so far. But one other thing I do really love about astrophotography is, yes, this is our object of affection, but we also get some of these other smaller targets that start to come into view, more distant galaxies. So looking at this one here, looking at M101, at the Pinwheel Galaxy, so we do have another target. This is labeled as a star. I need to find another catalog to find out what that one is. Digital Dak, what's going on, Digital? How are you doing today? Welcome in. Good to see you in here. Like I said, we're doing some live astrophotography. This is our target. This is a little bit of a better, through Stellarium, you get some images are like finished processed targets. So look at the Pinwheel Galaxy, about 23 million light years away. This is one of the largest, most beautiful galaxies. And the fact that the size of this galaxy versus the distance, it is one of the largest galaxies that we can see. So M101 has also produced at least 3 supernovae in the 20th century. Another remarkable property of this galaxy is its large number of star-forming H2 regions. A total of about 3,000 can be seen on photographs. H2 regions are enormous clouds of high-density molecular hydrogen gas ionized by large numbers of hot, bright, young stars. Hot young stars in your area, forming within this galaxy. At the gym, busy day, still feels like you should have gotten more done. You know what? These things happen as well. I feel that too. Some days I will, you get all the work done. And then there's other days where it is, some days it is all right just to recuperate. Diatoms, what's going on? Hot. How are you doing today? Good to see you this evening. I'll be back later for still on. I will aim to still be on for hopefully at least the next 3 hours. We have some clear skies forecast. But yeah, glad to see you drop in. But yeah, appreciate if you want to leave a lurk. If not, that's all right. I totally understand. I hope you can get some LRGB filters for next season. You're in Portal 7, so I figured narrowband would be more fun to start with. Excellent. There's some interesting things we like to pull off with broadband and narrowband targets. Yeah, Diatoms, how you doing? If you guys want to go check out, we do the macro. If you want to go check out the micro, go check out the some work being done with the scanning electron microscope from Diatom's Attack. I see some amazing tiny structures that exist in our world. Go check out some amazing science with one of our other awesome friends in the science and tech streaming category. But yeah, we got the scope out tonight, so that is huge news because we've had like some really weather lately. What's going on, Uncle Bill? How you doing? No, I got a weather alert popping up. Now what's happening? You're getting all the... Oh, what do we got here? We have our weather advisory, freezing rain and some ice accretion. Possibly go up until noon tomorrow. All right, well, we'll keep an eye on the weather. But for now, if we got some clear skies, we're going after some targets. Hugin, hello. How are you doing tonight? All right, we have about 33 minutes on M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy right now. Let's see what we can push things a little further. So like I was saying about the detail. Now we can really stretch this. Let's make a bit of a mess right now. And without any proper calibration frames, yeah, there's going to be some errors that we're going to see in here. But this is such an amazing structured galaxy. You get the gravitational interaction between M101 and its satellite galaxies may have triggered the formation of M101's grand design spiral pattern. It is thought that in the recent galactic past, M101 underwent a near collision with another galaxy. This encounter amplified the density waves in the spiral arms of M101 and also caused their asymmetry. M101 also probably distorted its companion galaxy NGC 5474. But that's where you get this longer spiral arm that's kind of jutting out from the entire structure. So obviously, we want to have you want to put more time for astrophotography, but also when you can see something pretty damn cool, you want to. This is why I like to share these images as quickly as possible. So if you're Portal 7, you definitely want to start using more narrowband. Now I started in the United Kingdom back about 5 years ago now, and I was doing like no filter astrophotography in Portal 5, where I couldn't like more than 30 seconds and everything was just beige. And then eventually coming back to Canada, moving into a Portal 8 area, it was a stark contrast. Even using like aggressive narrowband filters for a color camera, I wasn't getting the same detail as we had in the past. Now, we used to do single 5-minute or 10-minute exposures depending on the target, but it was decent details. When we started doing that, when it came back to Canada, I saw a lot of details suffer. So now that we're using the ASI Air Plus, we can do the live stacking feature and take shorter exposures, but keep stacking our data and start getting get more interesting details. Carlitos, hello, how you doing? It's late to be joining in for a bit. Well, glad to have you in here. Thanks for joining us. Wonderful to have you in, especially when we have our telescope up and running. Well, welcome to Twitch tab number 6. Well, I appreciate that I'm in like your top 10 tabs, Uncle Bill. Blocksmith Forge, what's going on? How are you? How are you doing? Samsung! Holy potatoes, 15 months. Oh my goodness. Nick! No meteorology stream tonight. Nah, no, none of that. Imagine. Samsung, thank you very much for the 15 months. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. There we go. On to the pillar of love. What's going on, Nick? Hopefully you're having a good night. Yes, doing well. Doing very well. Doing so freaking well because this M101 is our target for tonight. But yes, go, yeah, again, check out Diatom's Attack. We also get a shout out for Blocksmith Forge. Another cool and fun Lego streamer here on Twitch. Now, Sundays, for those, again, those who are new to the channel, Sunday mornings, we do build Lego sets, trying to keep them as space-based as possible. Currently, we are building the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. So we have a fair bit of this rocket completed, but there's still quite a few bags.
Houston, you are go at throttle up.
I don't know where that keeps coming from. I keep hearing this alert. I don't know where it's coming from. Doing great. Got your ghost pepper peanut delivery. Not risking them yet. Oh, let me know as soon as you put one of those nuts in your mouth. They're delicious. They're tasty. They are freaking spicy. Now, it's, for the most part, sometimes, okay, now, to be fair, the first couple of those ghost peanuts always hit hard. And then the rest is like the sustained burn. The important thing is, don't inhale when you eat that first peanut. Oh my goodness. You get that dust, that's it. So this is, we're coming up on 39 minutes on this target. The first couple are hot going in, the rest are just hot coming out. Yeah, maybe. Especially when you have like a harebrained idea and you eat an actual ghost pepper. Oh boy. Several Kit Kats, what's going on? How are you doing? Yes, Anchor Club. Oh, good to see you in here. How are things? Welcome in. Glad to have you in here tonight. Now, this is a bit of a different streaming evening. What we were going to do, I was saying earlier on the weekend that we were going to be introducing a new streaming day, and we're going to try out Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. So I was thinking about that today was going to be our new streaming day, with the hilariously clever title of Astro's Potpourri. Why Potpourri? Because it can be a mix of anything. There's some astronomical art we can work on. There's some astronomical crafting, some astro gaming. But when this happens, when this is going on, everything is abandoned because this is the core, this is the heart of the stream. This is why I started doing this all those many months ago. And sharing these images of outer space is my top priority, my top pleasure. Yeah, for sharing all these images with everybody. So we'll for our potpourri streams, it is going to be there are different some different astro crafting. There is going to be some gaming, like we'll get back into Elite Dangerous, and there's quite a few other games that are on the Xbox Game Pass that we can utilize and play those that are space-based. Our target right now, we're looking at M101, 23 million light years away. So we're looking at this galaxy as it was 23 million years ago. But again, there's also all these little targets, all these smaller galaxies. As soon as you start seeing more of these elongated faint fuzzies, that's when you get other galaxies in the image. So the distance to M101 has been determined to be about 27 million light years by the observations of the Cepheid variables with the Hubble Space Telescope. At this distance, M101 has a linear diameter of over 170,000 light years, nearly twice the size of the Milky Way, and is thus among the largest spiral galaxies. M101 has an absolute magnitude of minus 21.5, or a luminosity of about 33 billion suns. Its disk contains on order of 100 billion solar masses. They said this is a large galaxy. You look at the size now, even just the size of this in our field of view versus other galaxies we've looked at that maybe fit just a tiny little portion of the sensor on here. So, like how they had originally had speculated the Andromeda Galaxy was much larger than our own galaxy. However, after more recent measurements have been made, Andromeda is a little more comparable. Whereas the M101, this is like we could fit like 2 of our galaxies in here. So even the size that we're looking at with the sensor is very impressive versus something like the Whirlpool Galaxy, equally beautiful, but it doesn't take up as much space as M101. Zintas, hello. How are you doing? There's a lot of gas. It's so much gas. M101 is remarkably asymmetric, with its core considerably displaced from the center of its disk. The most prominent spiral arm springs from the southeast side of the galaxy's 2 degree diameter core that arcs east and then north out to the central region. A bright knot is embedded in the arm northeast of the nucleus. So we get around this section here. A fainter arm begins at the west side of the core and arcs south and southeast. It contains bright knots southwest of the nucleus. So you got this arm here, thought to be possibly perturbed by this galaxy down here. It's one of its satellite galaxies. Fighting the urge to fall back to smoking. Currently on the second day of no smokes. Congratulations on day 2. I look forward to congratulating you on day 3. And I know different habits can be tough to kick, no matter what the habit might be. But keep at it. Stay strong. Come look at the galaxies with us. We'll pick a target. Let's see if we can find a new target in the next minute or so. Because, like I said, we don't. We're not quite certain on how long we're gonna have with the clear skies. Now it does say till about maybe 11 o'clock, so or maybe 12. So, like I said, we'll go after as many targets as possible. One that I was actually thinking about going for. Let's see if we can find it. Was the Medusa Nebula. We have that right now. That one is to the south. That's not going to be possible at the moment. What's my favorite feature about M101? It has to be that irregular spiral structure and just how many spiral arms it actually does. How many you can see radiating out from the nucleus, and just that you can. Most galaxies that you see are going to be exactly just like that. What's going on, Hugh? But it's this elongated portion of one of the spiral arms that's been knocked out of place after that interaction with this satellite galaxy down here. And, there's I would love to spend I've had a great deal of time added on this target. Now we've added at least another 40 some odd minutes to this data set, which will keep going because during galaxy season, M101 is like always there. It is very easily accessible. So we'll aim to add some more time on this target, especially in the broadband, to capture more of the fainter details in here. But how are you doing tonight, Hugh? Good to see you in here. All right, let's look at which target we want to take a look at. I think the other one I was going to try was Jones Emberson 1, also known as the headphones. Let's now, because we are shooting in broadband, this is a bit of a dim target. Don't know how well that one's going to show up. Before we head over to that side, before we go over to that side of the meridian. I think there was, oh yes, I know exactly where I wanted to go. I wanted to start looking at this awesome area right here and focusing on IC 3998. Keeping these eyes in the center, because in this whole area, we have there are going to be more galaxies than we're going to see stars through this section. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't there a galaxy in almost all the constellations? There are galaxies everywhere. It is like within Coma Berenices, every little, actually even now I have a limiting magnitude of galaxies. But again, we see hundreds of galaxies in this one little tiny frame, which we're going to head over there and start to image. And when you start seeing more galaxies keep popping up after each exposure, it's amazing. These are like some 400 million light years away, and it's just a massive conglomeration of galaxies. Hugh doing all right? Excellent, good to hear. Nerduino, how are you doing? Good to see you in here. You want to go check out? You want to check out someone who's got the inside knowledge, inside scoop on goings on with NASA, and some amazing. And go check out an awesome little orrery being built. We'll drop a follow to Nerduino. The word is amazing. We have about 45 minutes on the Pinwheel Galaxy, and I am happy to be that we chose this as our first target of the evening. We'll save that one. We're imaging in the broadband tonight. We're using the Optilong L Pro filter, so we do have the benefit of a new moon, essentially. Not going to impact our evening at all, which is fabulous. So we're going to head over to IC 3998. Let's pick that target. 3998. We'll send the scope over that way. You can hear it slewing. There we go. Let's turn the volume down. Yes, this is tonight's plan. Taking a look at galaxies, galaxy clusters. And we're checking out in the vicinity of Coma Berenices. This is also known as the Coma cluster of galaxies. I'll make sure that everything is on target for tonight. And I believe those are pretty much every little. Let's do one more exposure here. Wait for the guiding to settle down. But pretty much every brighter point of light that we're seeing right now are the stars that we can see. Maybe also save for a few of the brighter, a couple of brighter galaxies. But you'll start to see as we stack this image up that these stars are quickly going to be outnumbered by galaxies. And I think this is what makes this section such an interesting area to image. So we got some of these galaxies that are 330 million light years away, 400 some odd million light years away. And yeah, it is a phenomenal area to start imaging, and especially if we're shooting in the broadband. And we see how much detail we can pick up out of here. Time for you to pack up your rig. Hope you can come back and see this target. All right, excellent. I want to say Castronomy for the moment until we pick out another name, or if that's fine. I'd be interested to hear everything of the rig that you're using as well. Looks like light snow. What we might have, if there's any breeze going on, it may kick up any of the snow that is the remaining bits. Sea astronomy. Well, then I guess I was right then. Sea astronomy. Sea astronomy, run. Run, astronomy, run. So we did have a bit of snow over the weekend. And any little bit of breeze is going to blow around some of the snow. And we also, because of the reason the infrared camera, or the infrared light on the camera, you get a lot of the little motes of dust that you can kind of start to see, you know. But there have been a couple of times I've caught it snowing and needed to just rush out and get everything all covered up. Kind of an emergency shutdown. But it hasn't happened often. Now I am conscious of the weather. We do have some kind of, pardon me, we do have a weather advisory, but that seems to be kind of later, like maybe in the early hours of Wednesday morning. We're going to start to see that. But for now, we're taking a look at some interesting targets. This is a larger... Steven! Steven! Hello, Steven! What's going on? How is my favorite polycotton blended streamer? Good to see you here tonight. How are things? Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello! Good to see you in here. Kazawari, hello, how you doing?
Holy potatoes.
Good to see you. How is everybody doing tonight? What did you get up to? What were you doing? Tracker, what's going on? Good to see you. Ooh, doing a little bit of Stardew. How was that? You just finished your full month of Stardew. Excellent. Fantastic. We have recently reinstalled things, and I had to format my Xbox to get it working again. And that meant also losing everything in Stardew. Mrs. Canuck was like 2 years in. I was 5 years in. It's all gone. And he's never playing it again. It's going to be, man, getting that rolling again. Oh my goodness. Bright Jess, what's going on, Jess? How are you? Good to see you tonight. Glad to have you all in here. For those who are new, welcome in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And this is exactly what this channel is all about. Live astrophotography with an 8-inch reflector telescope. We have our smaller 72 millimeter refractor telescope stacked on top of this one with our guide scope directly on top of that. I'm going to aim to consolidate some of these, bring that center of gravity in a little more. And this is one of the largest telescopes we have been utilizing personally so far. And I gotta say, I don't know if I would go any larger at the moment with this mount. We probably could, but I think this one is serving us well because we have our first image that has come through of these galaxies, and we'll go over that in just a second. Who knows what club hauling is with ships? You saw an amazing bit of ship driving on YouTube. I don't know. Is that like... It's different than when a tugboat is bringing a ship. Is it like when it's like more of them, like 3 or something like that? Or it's towing multiple? Or is it when they... No. Tell me more about this. So we'll wait till our next stack comes through. Gabriel!
Oh, okay.
Get in the beard. Appreciate the lurk. Hope you are having a good evening tonight, but glad to see you in here. Third Rock! What's up? Right, Jess?
Okay.
Get on in there with Gabriel. Thank you so much for the lurk. Yeah, good to see you, Third Rock. Ship drops anchor because of oh boy. All right. Next image that we have coming in is going to be a little bit of the... No! 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 It is not yet time to shave my head.
Holy potatoes!
Mrs. Canuck getting a little overzealous. But we do have our sub goal. That is, I did expand it actually. This one up here, I'll put my potato head. This has been extended in the sense because I noticed when I had the date of the 13th of April, it was like middle of the week. So we figured we'll extend this one up until Sunday, April 17th. If we reach that, I will shave my head. Like immediately, as soon as we hit that mark, if we hit that mark. But then later on, we will also be making a donation to the Canadian Cancer Society in support of bladder cancer research. So that is what the month-long goal, because we did start a little later in March. So the month goals will catch up in May, essentially.
Water.
Your wife has made the beard a hard no. Yeah, all that off-camera terror. Snaggletooth soupy tails.
Inevitable.
Ooh. Major sinkhole. Welcome, good to see you. How are things? It has been a while. I'm glad to have you in here today. We got the 8-incher out tonight. We are taking images of outer space, and most notably right now, this section, part of the Coma cluster of galaxies. It is a huge conglomeration of galaxies. Things have been not too well. Oh, sorry to hear that. Hope that things can be on the upswing for you. Off-camera terror. Why does that make you think of the Monsters Inc. meme? Yes. Snap should really kick half the people off the stream. I guess that's the challenge in that, right? I did have one if I am dusted, it is up to chat to bring me back, which is also a bad thing because then it just might end up on the screen and nobody tries to bring me back. Nobody tries to search for the Infinity Stones. All right, let's up the detail on here. Because we are using a broadband filter, we are capturing more light, and you know, when you start to adjust the histogram on this, we had a few stars. Anything that has like these diffraction spikes on there and are more perfect balls of light, those are stars in our galaxy. Everything else, every faint fuzzy, is a galaxy. Oh. All right, I will add that video in there. All right, I got that. I got the video queued up. Would we have to clap like bringing Tinkerbell back to life? What? You calling me a cute little Tinkerbell? What's going on, Death? How you doing? Good evening. It's just a blank screen. Or who knows how long. But there were a couple other things I was looking to integrate, and yeah, it's coming along. It's going to take a little bit for a couple other features that I want to do. But most notably, one thing that I am like a phone clamp away from is getting our actual 3D imaging, our actual 3D channel point redeem, or something, some kind of feature on the stream. What sub-levels needed to change the nickname to Astro Tinkerbell? Oh, you have to find the magical tier 6 sub. No. How's it going, Commander? Commander Sam. Good to see you in here today. No, we're taking a look at these a large cluster of galaxies, some 330 million light years away. As you're pretty good, it's raining right now. This is like we had it like last Sunday, the 20th of March was when we had a clear night, and everything else in between that. I think last night may have been clear, but all the forecasts were all over the place. I woke up to a wonderfully clear morning, which left me suspicious that perhaps we did have some good weather last night. So I hope if other people were, were imaging last night, that's fantastic, and hopefully you got some decent images, because that was my view this morning. And it's been like that for quite a while. So hopefully we'll keep clear skies up until about midnight my time. So that's a good amount of time to be imaging tonight. I've been thinking to change your name across Twitch to Chat. So I've seen some people, they've changed their name and then it's like an instant regret. But luckily, I've seen pretty much everybody who has changed their name got their old name back. All the ladies would call on your name. What do you think, Chat? Hey, Chat, what do you think of this? do you think it is, chat? Gandalf, hello. Yes, doing very well today. Doing very well because this is happening. This is running. This is our image right now. Many galaxies in here. We are, let's see, am I looking at the right one? Yes. NGC 4899. This galaxy is a supergiant elliptical galaxy in the constellation of Coma Berenices. It is located near the naked eye G-class star Beta Comae Berenices, the galaxy NGC 4874 at the North Galactic Pole. With an apparent magnitude of 11.4, NGC 4889 is the brightest within the Coma cluster of galaxies. This cluster contains more than 1,000 galaxies and lies roughly 250 million light years away. It's so large that it takes several million years to travel from one side to the other. The main cluster is receding at roughly 7,000 kilometers per second, while NGC 4889 is retreating at 6,495 kilometers per second. Our field of view within Stellarium, this is what we're looking at. What's the number on here? What about 27 or 135 degrees? Which one is it? Or is that the rotation on here? Rotation is 135 degrees. But that red box is hang on, let's change the rotation so I am not twisting my head here. I guess so the top of the sensor. Yeah, that's about it. There we go. 40 arc minutes. Arc seconds. Sorry. So while we are getting a fairly large view, it's we're still we're at a meter in focal length. About 8 inches on your screen. Now it's like very tiny, but there's a great deal of other targets around this area. I do want to go over to either M3 or M53, whichever one is going to look a little nicer. We haven't spent a lot of time looking at clusters, star clusters. Probably over to M3 afterward, but for now, I mean, looking at this this collection of galaxies is a very wonderful sight to see, especially when you start seeing the amount of galaxies like outnumbering the stars in this image. And again, we'll push this one a little further, so we can start to resolve a little more of the fainter galaxies. So you have like stars, these nice bright points of light, but then everything else with a little bit of fuzziness around it, or you can start to see a spiral structure, are just more galaxies. Holly Lifton. Hello, Holly. How you doing? Or Holy Lifton. So also what I love about the broadband filter is that you can start to see more of the spectrum. You can see a little bit more of the visible spectrum as it's, with the diffraction spikes. Whereas when we're looking at when using our narrowband filter, these diffraction spikes are a little more diffuse. So again, that's also illustrating just how little of the visible spectrum is hitting our camera. Somehow looking at shots like this makes you feel better. How so? I'm interested in that. knowing that there are many more galaxies beyond just us. Now let's do that just a bit. James Webb photo. Oh, you flatter me. What would you like today? Now, this is the image from my backyard tonight. We are utilizing this telescope. It is a 8-inch reflector telescope, and this is a large collection of galaxies looking out in the constellation of Coma Berenices, the hair of Berenice, an Egyptian queen of antiquity. But many galaxies in this whole shot that we're looking at are hundreds of millions of light years away. Some maybe 250, some like 350 million light years. And that's what I just love about these targets that we're imaging, is that it's more than just a single object of affection. There are so many other galaxies in this, and they're all relatively in the same-ish distance, give or take 100 some odd million years. It's just crazy how small we are here on Earth. It makes you feel like there's so much more going on all around me. Sort of puts things in perspective, if that makes sense. No, it makes complete sense. Someone unplug the USB. It makes total sense. And like I've said before, I repeat it very often, that space blows my mind on a regular basis and often leaves me with a short little existential crisis. Thinking how far, like we're like hundreds of galaxies in this single shot. Oh, each with their own hundreds of millions of billions of stars within them. The possibilities in this one image, like this isn't even close to like the Hubble Deep Field. Hubble was a much smaller, much longer exposure as well. But you know what, to see so many galaxies, so much potential for something interesting in one shot. You'd love to get into astrophotography, but you live about 5 kilometers north from Pearson Airport. Lots of light pollution. I used to live actually not too far from Pearson as well. Now, light pollution can be mitigated with different filter sets. The more aggressive you're going to go, yes, the budget is going to start to go up. The filter that we're using tonight is the Optilong L Pro, and what that one aims to do is to cut out a little bit of the visible spectrum. It cuts out a lot of the major emission lines for light pollution. So a lot of basically anything that is like in the greenish and yellow section, there isn't a whole lot of information that comes from space that we really need. So if you can cut more of this and the 656 nanometer range, and down right around the 550-ish nanometer range is where you're getting most of the information from with images of outer space. Using a monochrome camera, you can completely isolate smaller wavelengths of light and cut out all that light pollution altogether. The caveat is that it adds a little more equipment to what you're using. A city light suppression filter can help you out, maybe allowing like a 3-minute exposure without a great deal of light pollution impacting it. But yeah, I mean, being near an airport, that is tough. It makes you think of all the possibilities happening within these galaxies, and somehow we're in this one experiencing all this set of circumstances. I mean, it is a huge waste of space if we're the only ones experiencing something like this. And if you ever watch how the universe works, your mind is boggled over and over and over again, and it's a wonderful boggle where I just want to learn more. I just want to take in as much good, reliable information as well. About astrophotography, about astronomy, and how this whole universe works around us. I imagine what could be going on in each of them we don't know about. Exactly. We're looking at these as they were 330 million years ago. So there could have been civilizations out there that are long gone by now. And they wouldn't see us for another, if there's any signal that we could give off, like radio signals, as dissipated as they would be, they wouldn't get them for another 300 some odd million years. So that's another thing, is that who will get information before it's too late? More stars in the universe than grains of sand on every beach on Earth. And that in itself is also a mind-blowing, a staggering bit of information as well. Also, some nebulae are bright, and you can see or image them from light-polluted areas. The Orion Nebula is a really good example. Where do we have Orion at the moment? I think we might be able to get a little bit of the Orion Nebula, or it might just be setting. Could always go for it. Actually, I guess this will be a good idea to see how low to the west we can go. That might be tough. We'll go for it. We'll see. Horsehead might even be a better option. But if we can get Orion, we can get the Horsehead. So let's check that out. Let's how much time is left on this current exposure here? And we got about a minute and a half. Let's let this exposure finish on this collection of galaxies, and that'll bring us up to like 27 minutes on this one. I just found out about the Dolphin Head Nebula. Hope it's bright enough for you to see it here in London someday. That is, we've seen a few. There've been a few people on stream who have captured the Dolphin Head, and it looks awesome. It is, some targets are better suited for using a monochrome camera because there are, some very faint areas of nebulosity that can kind of get muddled with using a color camera, because some signals are gonna kind of mix together a little bit. Because if you can separate hydrogen alpha and sulfur 2, then you can start working on, you can start building up that Hubble palette. But again, we do what we can to, with the camera that we're using. It is a color camera. So this is why we're getting some of the, that rainbow effect on there. So we're seeing more of the visual spectrum through those diffraction spikes. M57 and M27 are two of your favorite bright nebulae to show people in the eyepiece. They are. See, there have been only a few targets I've looked at through the eyepiece before I moved over to astro imaging. Looking at some globular clusters was amazing. Looking at planets is way better visually than looking at it just for a single image on a camera. I actually have decent skies tonight for a little while. How's it going, Kajad? Good to see you this evening. I'm imagining your skies may not be as favorable, or they were supposed to be decent. And whoops, there. Nerduino, I just have a one-shot color camera right now. I'm keeping an eye on the shops when the ASI 533, the monochrome version of this camera, is going to come out, and hopefully we can get our hands on that. Fafo 2710, hello and greetings from Chile. Hello, Chile. Welcome in. We're in Canada right now, and we're taking live images of outer space. This is our latest image of the Coma cluster. M13 through a big Newtonian is stunning. Maybe your favorite astronomy view of all time, even better than Saturn. See, I think I need to get a... I do want a large Dobsonian just to be able to do some visual astronomy and look around at targets while we're imaging. Are you trying to decide whether to go one-shot color or monochrome plus filters? I have arguments towards both. If you are impatient with certain images, I like to see the color right away and share a color with everybody. But I also see the benefit for monochrome, being able to separate a lot of those the wavelengths of light to pick out certain details that you wouldn't get with a one-shot color camera. Dolphin is too low in London. I guess it's going to be a little too low for me as well. All right, let's save. Let's brighten that up a tiny bit. Get more galaxies. Let's save that one because that is a awesome example. And see if we can go over to the Orion Nebula. Let's see if we got that in our sights. Astrojav, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you in here today. You got the guide scope aligned with the 11-inch SCT pretty precisely. So you're just trying to decide whether. Oh no, sorry. So at the very least, now you know it's all pretty well good. Definitely need to collimate the SCT. I'm feeling like I need to, after watching a video from Astro Addict, Tim Richter was showing how to quickly collimate a RC scope. I think this one might need some collimation. Where is the scope going? All right, we'll see if this one actually is on target or if it's going to be a little too far west. I don't know. Let's see, because there could be trees and they're not having to fiddle much with for the monochrome camera. In Canada, where it's chilly. Commander Sam, you really wish you had a better telescope, but haven't really used one since you bought 20 odd years ago. Hoping to sell this place, move somewhere you can set up a scope. Well, hopefully so. Oh, actually, ooh, look at this. All right, hang on. Let me catch up with chat first, and then you can look at the streaky image of the Orion Nebula. It looks like the stars are. We might have some time with it. Let's let that settle down. Jav, we got a clear night tonight for probably another couple hours, hopefully. So, but hopefully you got some clear skies yourself. Yeah, it's the skies actually. It looks fairly calm up there as well. When I was checking out even when I was doing the focusing, nothing was really jumping around too much. Yeah, the Starlight Express MX5C back in the day, we kind of wish you'd never sold it. All right, there we go. That's not too bad. I mean, we're getting the core, we're getting the trapezium. And that's just 5 seconds on the Orion Nebula, and we're already getting detail. That's how bright this stellar nursery is. Now, we're probably not going to have a great deal of time with it, so let's go over to the live, and let's just do 10-second exposures. Are we dithering? No. I'm going to totally forget. Don't let me forget to turn dithering back on. We're just going to take a bunch of images of Orion. I definitely got jostled during transit, so collimation is required. I think this one has traveled across the Atlantic a couple of times now, so it needs to... I think this needs to be better collimated. What do we have for... I don't think we'll have the... No, it's going to be, that is just too low for me as well. If the house and the trees weren't in the way, we possibly could have gone after the dolphin head, but that would, like, even at with this reducer, it still wouldn't completely fit in our field of view. And that's a bit of a problem as well. It's like you don't always. It's seen some of these targets that we that everybody does like to image. They don't always turn up in our favor, unfortunately. So we're just doing 10-second exposures on the Orion Nebula, trying to maintain a little bit of detail in the core, and maybe be using these as little HDR images. You literally haven't had a good night for 3-4 weeks. It is like, even now, like tonight, like we're probably going to be cut off by around midnight. Maybe later, maybe sooner. The weather has been like all over the place. I had a try last time with the Dolphin Head Nebula, but not even a sign of dust. Like what did I do? I went after the Spaghetti Nebula, and yeah, going after that with a color camera and not just a dedicated hydrogen alpha. It's was this the one we were trying to do? That one looks too recent. But I went for it. There we go. The Spaghetti Nebula with the refractor, or with the refractor telescope, and only super stretching it after maybe about half an hour worth of exposure, we could just get just a whiff of the HA in there. Hey, Third Rock, you giving like shout outs around elsewhere? You bring sea astronomy to us? But it's tough, especially when, like, there's nothing we can do to control the weather yet. But being at the mercy of all this, and really, it's like got to get into into radio astronomy. So these are 10-second exposures. We got 190 seconds on Orion, and again, it's one of those targets you don't need a great deal of time with it. We can even stretch this quite a bit, and we're still getting detail in here. That's what I love about the Orion Nebula. It is great is a great target for beginners to start out with, and those who are more experienced with astrophotography and are doing, you're taking the proper exposure settings, and you're doing your high dynamic range of images, and you can start to resolve that core section, which usually gets blown out in most images because you want to get that outer region of the gas and dust, but you at the detriment of blowing out that core. I found it today on Astro Halther. Ironically, you're both in the Astro Biscuit Discord. Well, thank you so much for bringing in some new people over here, and just talking more about astrophotography. And it's more than just what I'm doing on here. I want to know what everybody else is doing, and hopefully more people get some clear skies. Maybe spring will let some more high pressure systems roll through, and we are going to be doing a lot more imaging in the next few months. Now, that being said, someone left the door open again. I told him about all of us to stream. Perfect. All right, because we're going to have limited time with the Orion Nebula, we may as well check out some other targets within Orion before it sets on us. Holy Lifton. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here today. Glad to see that you're enjoying us enough here to drop a follow to the channel. See when we're going to be going live next. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. This is exactly what this channel is about. Sharing live images of outer space, rambling on about astronomy and astrophotography, hitting my bowl, and yeah, just being able to chill out, hang out, look at the stars, show you something that your meat cameras may not be able to see. I've legit been wondering about where to live next lately and realize you have very conflicting hobbies. It's sometimes you wish, like, do you think maybe if we started doing different hobbies, if it was like, could you give up on astrophotography? Punching yourself in the bowls. No, this bowl. Like, that bowl. I hit that. Wait, no, I bumped into the bowl. So where is good for plants? Where is good for plants? Bad for stars, and vice versa. That is a bit of a conundrum. All right, let's take a look at where else we can go at the moment within Orion, especially because we are using the broadband filter. Where else can we poke our telescope over to? What? We're looking at the planets. There we go. Now we could go over to the horse head for a little bit. We'll still get a bit of all in attack in frame. We go IC434. Let's see. We have imaged with the tri-band filter, but let's have a look at the horse head using the broadband filter. Probably not going to see as much wonderful reds, but we'll take a look at that. Just quickly hop over to 434. And really so much of the telescope isn't we're not going to see it move too much. Tiny bit. We'd have to somehow actually darken the greenhouse. What do you get? You can get blackout curtains, can't you? Would that work? That could be would it be a possibility? Let's see. We are doesn't seem to be in a bad position. Let's let the guiding settle down. Really, the humidity is more than anything. Deserts and humidity, they aren't friends. This is true. Window tint for the greenhouse. Well, there must be ways around it, right? How's it going, Boneless? Good to see you. All right, we're not doing 10-second exposures. Let's go back to our 3-minute exposures on here, and see how much time we can get with the Horsehead Nebula, and hopefully the telescope isn't going to bump into anything. All right, that works, and for some reason, no, it's fine. All right, I've noticed something with my cameras. something has changed with the reference. Because it should just... I should just move back nice and... That's strange. All right. Sure, people do it, but just... Ugh. All that extra work. Just let Mother Nature take care of it, right? So apparently it's not that hard. If it's glass, you can get away with glass powder-coated black chrome, which actually is tinted clear that goes over a chrome base, which you don't need to... Will actually turn the glass into a tinted safety glass. Interesting. That's kind of cool. So you've done it... That's kind of cool, Third Rock. All right, guiding is... I don't want to say that that I got things nicely balanced, because all of a sudden guiding is going to go wonky. Everything seems to be holding up really well, and even with the guide scope, I'm using the same guide scope for the big telescope as well as the refractor telescope, and for the most part, except for right now, we're getting a more sawtooth on here. It has held up for quite a while. So what this is doing, for those of you wondering, so what is up with all this guiding information? This is when the telescope. This is when it is telling the telescope mount to readjust. It's following those guide stars, sending any pulses to the telescope mount to make sure that it stays on track and that you're not going to get any elongated stars in our image. The less corrections that need to be done, the better. So far, we are sub-arc seconds on here, which is good. That's what we want to see. Or if anything, just as long as this is consistent, as long as your total RMS number remains fairly consistent, then you wouldn't fuss too much over things. So let's see how our first exposure goes for the horse head. And of course, yeah, we've had a little bit of movement in there. See, and there's the ooh. That, yeah, I don't think that's gonna be, that probably isn't clouds. I think it's just that we're shooting. We may be shooting through one of the towers. So that might be yeah, it's trying not to move. It is trying to stay steady as it follows this target. But looking at at everything here, I think we are probably... I think we might actually be shooting through a little bit of the towers, perhaps. So that might be... We have captured some better images of the Horsehead Nebula. It's still... You know, with 3 minutes, we can still see the shape of it. And if we really start to be aggressive with our histogram, then we can start to see some more details. But we have had a little bit of a better experience with the horse head, maybe save for like the last exposure where it bumped into the deck, where this was using a dual band, or sorry, tri-band filter. So cutting out a lot more of the visible spectrum and just allowing through most of the interesting portions. Now these little, where you see a lot of the stuttering stars, what I never measured before was where the telescope would actually hit when it was facing, pardon me, when it was facing south. And it was actually rubbing up against the glass on the deck. So that was like the last exposure. So other than that, it's still, we still get the structure of the horse head, so that's fine. All right, Kajad, you're gonna head off. No worries. Get some sleep. Get some rest. Get recharged for the remainder of the week. But good to see you in here tonight. I know it's also a different streaming day for me. Usually we don't stream on Tuesdays, but I have said in the past, whenever the skies are clear, we are going to get the scope out. We're going to be taking images of outer space, sharing them with everybody. Tuesdays we are aiming to make a fairly regular streaming day as well. And it'll be Astro's Potpourri. Maybe a little bit of space-based gaming, maybe a little bit of space-based art or space crafting of some sort. Just to expand for some different avenues of what I like to do and share with people. And maybe it might give some people other ideas of how they would like to express their creativity and maybe something beyond astrophotography. Maybe it's just, it's great to check out one option with this, but maybe it'll work with something else. I think of a lot of things as even when we're working with Lego, I was going to say we're playing and working with it, is thinking about it in forms of pixels, and that art translates into cross-stitching and embroidery and all sorts of other types of art and hobbies. So, that's what we want to try to do, to expand a few more options on here. So you're going to say the horse head is a little more difficult to capture than Orion. It's because it is very dim. It's a dark nebula, and unless you are utilizing the correct. Okay, it looks like it has ignored one image, so chances are this may be the only one we're going to get. So let's stop, because looking out towards the southwest, we do have some trees. We do have the tower that holds our satellite internet receiver, so that it's probably just primed right in the way to capture that. But I do want to keep that as an example of what we could be imaging through. So let's move up a little more, and let's go over to, here's one that doesn't take a long time to image, and I think it's a fun one to look at. NGC 2169. Let's go over to this target. Again, not too far away, still within the constellation of Orion. So the telescope isn't doing a Magic Moon. NGC 2169, my favorite. It just might be after this. It just might be. Why? Why might it be your favorite? Well, because it's not even finding it. Let's see where that comes out. Aaron Brinkerhoff, how are you doing? We got some clear skies tonight. All right, is this looking where I want it to? There we go. Why is this one of my favorite targets? Because it's the number 37. All right, let's now we don't need to go there. Let's do another exposure on that. It doesn't, and because it's a bright collection of stars, we don't need to wait a great deal of time for that to start coming through. It's just a very interesting cluster of stars that forms an asterism that looks like the number 37. And even that for our exposure, we don't really need to do a live stack on this one. We do a single 60-second exposure. 37. Be glad you weren't number 36. So again, there's like the coat hanger cluster, and it is purely by chance. I think probably if we go into... let's see if we jump into, not Universe Sandbox, sorry, Space Engine. Can we see just how far apart these stars are? All astronomers have their favorites. Death, you really like M11. You just think it's a really pretty, it's a pretty open cluster. I think that, like, I love looking at star clusters. It is, they're very beautiful to look at. Let's go to, what was it, NGC 2169. All right. It was a good number, not because you're a numerologist. So yeah, it's just one of those targets. It's like when you get when some targets are named, they don't always hold up with what they're titled as. But when it is something as blatant as a 37, must be fake news, clear sky, working scope, and this close to a new moon. I know, right? Seriously. Uncle Bill, we were talking about that earlier. Like, how many times have we had the forecast looking favorable, or it just goes out, or when it is clear, we have a full moon and we can barely image anything. This is just a recording. All right, let's see if we can take a look at the 37 cluster. If we can start to see it before the numbers don't make sense. No, we do. This has probably like been one of the first times in a while running through Space Engine where we've actually been really close to a star as we're ripping past. All right, we are currently, how far away are we? We're about 500 light years away. Let's get a little closer. So this is the 37 cluster. And it's more of which orientation we're looking at it. So you can see the cluster of stars from almost any other viewpoint. No, it's not going to look like the number 37. And I just have to find out where we... You know, it could have been the... If we were in a different area of the Milky Way, it could have been the figure 8. This is looking... Okay, well, that's easy. We're looking towards the south. That's not what we want. Oh, that almost could have been it. No, it's like I probably got to go back to Earth and then come back to this target. But that's the 37 cluster. That's still the 37 cluster, but just not in its in the same orientation. So you're saying the answer to everything is 37. Yes, it's not 42. We had a tourist couple last weekend interested in our stargazing session. They had fun and might get some more visitors in the coming months. Oh, excellent, Jab. That's awesome. That's good to hear. All right, so there's a 3-minute exposure on this target. Again, there's like I said, for star clusters, we don't need to spend a great deal of time on these targets. And also with the filter that we're using, the Optilong L Pro, again, it does translate the star. It does preserve a lot of the good star color in here. There would still be a little bit of white balance that we'd want to do in post-processing. But again, we're still seeing some of the blue stars, some of the white stars, and the some of the cooler orange stars. Enjoying the stream a lot, but sadly got to wake up early. Have a lovely rest of the stream. Good night, everyone. Carlitos, thank you so much for joining us today. Glad to have you in here. Even if it is, I know, time zones all over the place. So I do appreciate those who have been sticking around and hanging out with us during some wee early hours, or perhaps you're just kind of getting settled in for the evening, depending on where you are in the world. But we're glad to have you in here, as always. Taking some images of outer space, and like I said, we're going to head over to another target. I just wanted to quickly pop over to the 37 cluster because it's one of those targets that just looks exactly like it should.
Water. That's the water.
Kenny!
Water.
All that near light speed traveling you've been doing is beginning to show. How's it going, Kenny? Good to see you tonight. How are things? How are your skies? Water. And again, that was all from one single interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Well worth it. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Always wonderful to see in here. And again, I know there's there yourself and other people who are getting into astrophotography or just astronomy in general. You know, feel free to drop questions. If I can't answer them, maybe someone else might have some good insight. But we also have our Discord channel that everybody and their nan has one. But still, it's sometimes it's specific to this site, and other times it may just be some random ideas that have popped in your head. But always good to hear from you on Discord. It is the evergreen content, meaning that once this stream goes away, the VOD is saved to YouTube. It is a little more difficult to kind of catch up with where certain links have been dropped in here or certain topics. So we do like to continue the conversation over on Discord. And if you have like book recommendations, movies that have been interesting, I have started to watch the Book of Boba Fett. Finally getting that underway. And I'm freaking excited for that series. I'm enjoying it so much already. You got very, very rainy and snowy, very cloudy. Oof, oh dear. Kenny, hopefully that weather will clear up for you. This is except we're taking advantage of things right now because who knows how long these skies are going to be clear for. Bellum, how are you doing? I'm so excited for the Ahsoka. Yes, that's why is Rosario Dawson perfect for Ahsoka Tano? Why? I don't know. It's just no. Who else would play? Who else would play that character? It's like nobody. But no, I like it's enjoying Book of Boba Fett. So much so that it's like, how much was that Boba Fett Lego set? Can we work that in here? The answer is kind of. But there are some other sets that we're working on right now. The current Lego set that we're building is the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It is one of the most colorful spaceships that we've started upon, and I mean it looks. I like the color. The whole color scheme in this one is a really fun one. You got the slave one for $40. Oh, that's not too bad. That's really good. The one that comes with Mando. I was looking at that one, and I was keeping an eye on that one when You mean Boba Fett's starship? I guess is true. Falling under the Disney platform. Yeah, Moon Knight. Looking forward to that one as well. It's funny to see where, like, okay, Oscar Isaac, he's Moon Knight. He's but he was also Apocalypse. It's funny seeing some of these stars playing in the same kind of, I guess, semi in the same universe. I mean, you look at Chris Evans, Human Torch, and Captain America. So is Moon Knight going to be the better role for Oscar Isaac versus Apocalypse? Turning 16 months of subjected to 2 years on Earth wouldn't take a lot of acceleration. Actually, non-Clark Tech terms anyway. But what did I miss? Oh, light speed. Traveling near light speed. So yeah, no, there's a lot of awesome TV coming up. And like only now am I getting around to Boba Fett. There's still tons of other programming that, like, I still haven't seen season 3 of Daredevil. I haven't watched season 2 of Luke Cage. I've watched 2 episodes of The Expanse. There's things to do. I am like midway through Bad Batch, which is awesome as well. I'm really liking that series. Typing fast and skipped words. It's all right. Are we in a rush here? Nah. Yeah, chilling. It's all good. Also, Peacemaker. I haven't seen the second Suicide Squad. I don't know if that's a prerequisite, but it's great when you kind of see TV shows that people are like, well, that's stupid, and then it's like, nope, this is awesome. This is fantastic TV. I have watched the first season of Altered Carbon. I got that done. It's been fun, but 5 a.m. comes way too soon. All right, Commander Sam. Head off to snooze. Good to see you in here. Wonderful to see you again. We'll aim to start doing more. Like Tuesdays are going to be our, like I said, for games and art and crafting. Elite Dangerous is high on the list to return to. I was talking with Nori Kitty, and they want to play some Elite Dangerous. I know there's a few others who'd like to get in on it. Just to toot around. I've totally forgotten how to play Elite Dangerous. So I think that in itself will be interesting again, maybe frustrating for some people who are more familiar with how everything works in the game. But you know what? We'll have some fun while we're touring around the galaxy. You and your 8-year-old are just working your way through Rebels. Oh, that's cool. There's so much. There is so many different levels of Star Wars to branch off with. All right. Well, here is. I like this target. I like going over here. This should be available. Caldwell 25, or NGC 2419, the Intergalactic Wanderer. Oh, I gotta patch that hole up. Those things keep running amok. I thought you wouldn't like the cartoon stuff, but they're pretty good. We are talking about Star Wars. Yes. Yeah, I saw the Clone Wars movie like when it was in theaters for the first time, and it's like, this is actually pretty darn good. This is like really interesting. And the fact is that they can explore the different avenues that doing it in the live action would take much longer to do, or it's just not going to be practical to do that in in a live stage. Although with the way how they've been filming things with Mandalorian and such, with 2419, is very, very interesting with that camera work and the new tech. NGC 2419, yes. Let's head over there. Clone Wars show is amazing, especially the last season. It'll make a grown man cry. Field of Dreams does that for me. You get so much more with the characters in the animated mediums, which is why I tend to prefer those over the films. I mean, it's good to have the base of the live films, but just to be able to expand more on the story and just tell that deeper, that richer story. And that's what I like about what they've done with Mandalorian and Book of Boba Fett, seeing a little more into what happened with Boba Fett. You know, that's always awesome. All right, Kenny, you gonna lurk? No worries.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Hockey game's back on. Ooh, how did the Leafs do? Clark Tech only for the reaction mass or energy, or energy. I mean, willing to bet that a little bit of dilation over that much time might not take crushing G-forces, but you haven't run that sort of calculation in ages. Well, wasn't it something like if you could travel at, if you get the ship to travel at 1 G, you would reach a percentage of the speed of light. There was something about it, I don't know if it was in talks of like for utilizing like ion engines, or just the fact of being able to propel a ship that fast. And then that's where you're getting into some of the like the more survivable levels of quicker travel. G's can add up rather quickly. Gee whiz. All right, I'm going to go look at this target here. I believe if I am looking at this correctly, yeah, we're right on that. That is good. Guiding is looking nice, so let's start our image, but also, because I remembered, nobody else did. Or maybe, no, somebody mentioned about dithering. I turned the dithering back on now that we're doing some stacks of 3-minute exposures. Looking at the Intergalactic Wanderer, NGC 2419. This is a globular cluster that you can kind of start to see a tiny little suggestion of this globular cluster right here. So this one is about 270,000 light years away. It's still within our galaxy. It sits above the ecliptic, and this is in the constellation Lynx, also known as the Intergalactic Wanderer. It lies on the opposite side of the sky from the globular cluster-rich interior of the Milky Way. Where does the name come from? We'll get to that. NGC 2419 was discovered by William Herschel on December 31st, 1788. The cluster is dim in comparison with more famous globular clusters such as M13 in the constellation Hercules, but it is readily viewed in good sky conditions with good quality telescopes as small as 4 inches in aperture. NGC 2419 is fairly bright mottled halo with a few stars resolved at the edges of the cluster. The central area is somewhat brighter but not concentrated. NGC 2419 is one of the most remote globular clusters in our Milky Way. It lies 300,000 light years away from the Sun and about the same distance from our galaxy's center, nearly twice as far out as the Large Magellanic Cloud. At this great distance, it takes nearly 3 billion years to make one trip around the galaxy. We are about 250 million years to make one galactic orbit. Good evening, Brian. How are you doing? Good to see you tonight. Sup, nerds? So this galaxy, we're going to be seeing about 42 seconds. We're going to get a better look at the intergalactic wanderer. So it takes 3 billion years to make one trip around the galaxy, and its nickname was bestowed when NGC 2419 was erroneously believed not to be in orbit around the Milky Way. NGC 2419 is intrinsically luminous with an absolute magnitude of minus 9.48. It ranks with Omega Centauri and M54 in absolute brightness. The brightest stars in NGC 2419 are red and yellow giants, far more luminous than our sun. So this is one of the most farthest reaching globular clusters, sitting above the Milky Way, about 300,000 light years distant. And of course, we get a little bit of movement. I would probably clear that one. We'll get a new one coming up. You find globular clusters and you know when you pick it. Jeff! Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Bright Jess. Bringing her up to 5 months within the community. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. On to the pillar of happiness, the spike of appreciation, the Rod Stewart. I appreciate it. I do what I can. I like to, like I said, we like to share space. We like to share Lego. We like to just share time with each other. That's what I love to do. So some may have seen Mrs. Canuck getting a little antsy with the clippers. Now we've gone past our halfway point for our sub goal, and that does equal a completely shaved head if we reach that goal by the 17th of April. So if that happens, it is an immediate redeem. And I appreciate seeing the 9-month badge. We have some, was it 15 or 18-month badges that are, a couple of people are approaching on here. So that's getting exciting just to see that the amount of time that people have spent here and are a member of this community. And yet the 9-month sub baby badge, always good to see. But it is beyond astrophotography. No, the beard stays. The beard stays. Or if it goes, it is an erroneous amount of challenges that need to be met. But we have met and smashed some other goals recently. We have a new mystery Lego goal. That will end about the same time as this other one, and we'll have some quick fire goals later on in April, though, so we can kind of reset come May. But we did meet one of our other Lego goals before, and we will be getting the Lego's SLS building set. So we'll kind of keep that in line. I think they were saying for the launch for SLS, for the test launch, is going to be no earlier than June. Now it seems like it was pushed back a little bit from May. It'll all be based on how things go with the wet rehearsal test for the upcoming checks that they're running for SLS. So we'll see how that is going to go. And like I said, we'll kind of incorporate our Lego builds to fall in line with that. But we have, like I said, right now, the Galactic Explorer is our latest Lego build that we're doing. Space-based, and with the Monkey Kid line of Lego series, I wasn't familiar with it. But after checking out some more more information on it, it seems like a really fun set to go with. Wet dress rehearsal, I believe, is their jargon for it. So they are going to be fueling. They're going to be fueling and pressurizing the tanks, and making sure that is going to be ready to go. And speaking of ready to go, here is the better 3-minute exposure on the Intergalactic Wanderer. And usually, when we take images of globular clusters, they seem to be a little brighter. This one, because it is 300,000 light years away, it is going to take a little bit of time to start to get some details showing up. But again, with this filter, we can start to see the larger collection of the red and yellow giants. But we can also go over to. We can also head over to it in Space Engine as well to see exactly where it lies within our galaxy. So it is NGC 2419. Interesting. That's kind of interesting. We don't see the cluster. Huh. Maybe it's not loading. Maybe something's up with it. You're surprised this acronym isn't, it's not acronym WDR. I can't just use plain English after all. People may not realize how smart you are. So where this cluster, which for some reason isn't showing up in Space Engine, here's our galaxy. Like, this isn't even in the spiral arms of our galaxy, but it takes 3 billion years for this to Nova. Holy potatoes, Nova Charter, what's going on? Good evening. How's it going, Raiders? Little cute girl. Jen, how's it going? Mojo Jojo. Good evening. Good evening, Raiders. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Let me get a shout out for Nova Charter, please. How are things tonight? What'd you guys get up to? Looks like you do a little bit of Fortnite. Any victory royales? Is it still no building time? Or is that period ended for Fortnite? And at this point, is it not just PUBG? Still no building. Excellent. Double shout out. You guys want to go check out Nova Charter. Go check out Nova Charter and Spock the Pup. If anything, just for the puppy love of Spock. Well, glad to have you guys in here tonight. Mojo, hope your evening is going well. Yes, for those of you who are new to the channel, I welcome you in. For those of you who are new to the channel, very welcome in. Well, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are doing some live astrophotography tonight. Yes, Spock is the real star. Sorry to say. Well, we got the telescope out tonight. Glad to see you had was it a good night overall within Fork Knife? Still haven't really got into that one. Just maybe, yeah. It's just not my cup of tea, not my cup of coffee. But I can see that people do have some fun with it. And especially if you're nailing some victory royales, right? So, like I said, we got some clear skies here tonight in central Ontario, Canada. We are looking at a very interesting target. This target is known as the Intergalactic Wanderer. What makes this one so special is that if we were to look at this globular cluster from our galaxy, here where this little spinning reticle is, for some reason, why Space Engine doesn't show it, I'm not too sure. But this is how far away we are from our galaxy. If we were to look at where is Earth from this point, there we are. And from this area is where this globular cluster lies. 300,000 light years away from the center of our galaxy. I just chatting for about 80% of the stream. Just played to finish up some quests. Excellent. All the quests are done. The dailies are completed. The dailies are done. That is good. Good. No? No. 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 Does that number say 400? No. No, Mrs. Canuck is getting a little overzealous with the Clippers right now. Yeah. So we are aiming to do some more live. Oh boy. Right. No, but that is our goal for the more than a month long we have for this. Yes, I will shave my head immediately if we meet this goal, but that is still a couple weeks away. So there's no rush yet. Hopefully it's not punishment for buying new gear. I don't know. But so adorable. No, I didn't go shh. No, there is the latest acquisition in terms of astronomy tools is a program license for PixInsight, the program designed for astrophotography editing. That was because we did hit a goal a couple months ago now, or a month and a half ago, and once that Twitch payout had come through, that funds had gone toward getting the programs needed to better our astrophotography post-processing. And I will be fumbling through PixInsight more often. And will I know it cold? No, but if I keep at it and utilize it to edit some of our images, and probably even we'll go back in time and look at some old images that we've processed and see if PixInsight can actually help bring out more detail that we were unable to with Photoshop. Because Photoshop is, well, that's designed for terrestrial photography. Yeah, a little hype for the Knowledge Fellowship. There are some fan-freaking-tastic streamers, some awesome content creators within the Knowledge Fellowship. And they're always looking for some amazing people to add to the community and just, bring more education, more science, different avenues of science. It is a very broad spectrum for science, and there's so many amazing creators out there who are sharing their time on Twitch and have been making some amazing communities, and it's great to see them doing that. And I am very I'm very honored to be a part of that community and sharing something like this, looking at one of our farthest reaching globular clusters in our galaxy and how long, how specific we need to be. How far away this object is, 300,000 light years away. And it takes 3 billion years to make one rotation, one orbit around our galaxy. Haven't added TKF cheer for the BTT. Am I still logged in for BTT TV? Oh, yep. Download for Firefox. What browser do I need to be in? Do I need to be in the Chrome? Emotes, search. TKF cheer. All right. That one? Move it. All right. That. Perfect. All right. That should be in there for the emotes. Well, thank you, Uncle Bill. Thanks for letting me know about that one. You may need to refresh your browser if it's not going to be. Let's see, does that? What do we gotta do? Do I have to do one of these? Maybe it's not showing up on mine. Maybe not. Maybe I have to refresh everything. All right. Well, that is added to the library now, so I appreciate that. I don't know if I've enabled the FFZ. All right, let's see if we can get some more contrast with this image. That's better. All right, so because we're shooting through all these, we're seeing all these stars within our galaxy, except for this globular cluster, which is 300,000 light years away. So we're seeing this cluster as it was 300,000 years ago. And because we're using a broadband filter, it is accepting as much light as possible onto the sensor. Now, chances are if I was to actually take the filter off completely, because we have such low light pollution in the area, I haven't tried that yet. If anything, I would probably just want to have a ultraviolet and infrared light wavelength cutoff, and then everything else would allow the visible spectrum to pass through, because UV and infrared they can contribute to star bloating, and just it's not going to leave your image. You're going to have maybe double stars. They might look like they're touching, and it looks like a giant peanut out in space. So that is the benefit of using those filters, and because the camera that we have is sensitive to the infrared. There is one filter I'm keeping an eye out for. I was talking with Steve over at Ontario Telescope and Accessories to try to get my hands on a infrared pass filter, so we could see. I wonder if I reload the overlay, will that show? I don't know what I don't know what needs to be reloaded on here. Let's see what's going to be. available. But this is looking like one of the better images we've had of the intergalactic wanderer. Yes, huge hype for the Knowledge Fellowship. And I remember, Uncle Bill, when you told me that that I'd been accepted into the Knowledge Fellowship, and it was live on stream. I could see I don't know if it got clipped or anything like that, but I still remember that time sitting in my kitchen studio in the UK. I'm very excited for that. So it looks like we still have. I'll see what the rest of the forecast is looking like, because we're still going to keep imaging a little more on the intergalactic wanderer. Again, this is a distant target. It's in the vicinity of our galaxy, but not directly within our galaxy. So again, this target will take a little more time to get more details, to become more resolved, and it's just really nice to see so many of the orange and red stars. This here is not a red star, or maybe it is, actually. My apologies. There are some hot pixels we can see in these images. I'm just looking for a collection of them. That actually may have been a hot pixel, because these hot pixels are in your area tonight. There we go. These ones, because the camera is moving after every exposure, just ever so slightly in a random direction to eliminate. So you can see some of this noise that's in here. If we back things off a little bit without amplifying it, it can seem like a little bit more of a smoother background. It doesn't. It looks more uniform. When you will do that dithering, moving the camera after every exposure or after every certain number of exposures, depending on how often you need to do it, it will randomize the noise pattern, and you're just left with the signal, the stars, the clusters. That's the signal you want. With these hot pixels in here, if you do your subframes, your calibration frame, sorry, that will help get rid of this as well, so that you can have a nice, smooth, even background. Also, when you're running stacking in other programs, that will help also eliminate these hot pixels as well. But for the most part, for everything what we're doing on the channel right now and taking these images, nobody's going to be fussed about the hot pixels. Maybe. I'm not sure what your take is on seeing hot pixels to completely detracting from such an image. Now, I could be picky on things like that as well, but you know what? It's being able to show you guys something different, something like the intergalactic wanderer. Unless you are using a fair-sized telescope, even that might not be as bright in a telescope as certain other clusters would be. 8-Bit Emmy, thank you so much for the follow. And Jojo Bungus, thank you as well for the follow. Welcome you both into the observatory tonight. Hopefully you're having a good evening, good morning, a good afternoon, wherever you are. I'm glad to have you in here today. We're doing some live astrophotography tonight. We are here in central Ontario. This is my 8-inch telescope we're looking at. The camera on the back is an astronomy dedicated camera. It does require a computer or a Raspberry Pi device to get the images, because there's no view screen like most DSLRs would have. It is dedicated for astronomy. It is designed to pick up it's designed to be more sensitive to light, so you can pick up some fainter details, such as this globular cluster of stars 300,000 light years away, still relatively within the gravitational bounds of our galaxy. But this one, while we take 250 million years to make one galactic orbit, this cluster itself takes 3 billion years to go around our galaxy. So, judging by that number, this cluster is pretty much about maybe 4 years old. 4 galactic, it's young. It's had only 4 anniversaries going around our galaxy. It is known as the Intergalactic Wanderer. About 300,000 light years away. One of the more interesting targets that we have imaged in a while. And with the fact that we have the live stacking feature available on the ASI Air Plus, we can spend more time on this dimmer target. Usually globular clusters can be nice and bright. They don't need a lot of integration time, but the more time we can spend on any target, it's going to be better. Baba Zelnik, hi Ma, how you doing? Good evening. How are you tonight? Good to see you in here. Good, excellent. So this isn't our regular, well, it's going to be our regular streaming night. I was going to be starting off a new series called Astro's Potpourri, where we could be doing anything from space-based astronomy crafting, art, or gaming. But unfortunately, the clouds gave way, and we were able to do some live imaging. These streams do, when the skies are clear, we do like to take live images of outer space, share them to you on your screen as quick as possible, and sometimes they can crop up at a moment's notice. Sometimes we get a rough idea within like a day or so, and this forecast just kept improving over the course of the day, and to the point where now, actually, I said I was going to look at the forecast and see how much has changed, or when we can expect the weather to go sideways on us. Where's my hourly forecast? All right. So it looks like actually we may have about like another hour, which is good. Which is fantastic. More time to pick out some other targets to look at. I got to go do bedtime looking for a while. No worries, Nerduino. No worries. Getting that beard, sir.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate the lurk. Like I said, we'll be here for a little while longer. A while longer. As long as the skies are going to be clear tonight. So it does look, at least, I probably won't get any time to do any imaging after the stream, but we'll be able to get some more targets. I might even go over to M106 for a bit, just maybe add a few. We'll add another 40 some odd minutes or something like that. Man's got to look at the telescope stuff. It can be good and bad. 8-bit Emmy, how are you doing tonight? This is also amazing. Sorry, you're just absorbing. If you need to absorb, that's fine. Glad to have you in here. Wonderful to have you in here tonight. This is what we'd like to do on this channel. I am happy to point people in the right direction, or if I have some direct experience with certain portions of astrophotography, I am happy to tell the story and answer any questions that you guys may have. But also, if you're just lurking and you're absorbing, I appreciate it very much. Lurks help the Twitch world go around. And if it is just something you just like to enjoy and listen and kick back, that is all good. If there is anything that people do want clarification on, because sometimes I will go off on astronomical jargon, and it can sometimes seem very a very foreign language. But I also get I love this hobby. I love this lifestyle, and to be able to share it with people, that was the whole point of why I wanted to start this Twitch channel, and just show somebody something new that your meat cameras wouldn't be able to properly discern because it is such a dim target. there are other targets we like to look at that are easily accessible to people, as long as, not even as long as, I try not to discriminate against different levels of light pollution. And it is different all around the world, depending on if you're in a city or if you're in the country. You know, if you're in, say, somewhere like a large municipality, Mississauga, Guelph, Kitchener, something like that. In Ontario, or just larger cities in anywhere, you're most likely going to have skies that look like this for a 60-second image. These images are courtesy of Astro Backyard. Trevor Jones is a Canadian astrophotographer, and he has been one of my inspirations as well for getting into astrophotography and learning more about the subject. He is an awesome wealth of information. I used to live in a Bortle 5 area. This scale was developed and rolled out by John Bortle in the late 90s, just to kind of classify different levels of light pollution. I used to live in an 8, lived in a 5 for the 10 years I was living in the United Kingdom, and currently right now in Central Ontario, I am in a rural area, so my skies essentially look like this, which is why I'm counting myself very fortunate and happy to be sharing this with you. Your Zippo is just leaking fluid all over, so mostly bad. I was looking at the Walmart telescopes you could possibly hook a camera to. Those ones might bring you more disappointment. However, if you know that they can be if you want to treat it as a gateway into astrophotography, you could. I wouldn't highly recommend department store telescopes. There are some, if you have it also depends on your budget, what you want to get into. It can be tough, depending on like I said, the department store telescopes can sometimes have horrible optics, and it can actually leave you just with a sour taste in your mouth for astronomy. I would say if you have maybe a budget of like 250, 300 some odd US dollars ish is a good starting point for an okay telescope that it's like even tabletop mounted, could be a good start. Or binoculars are could be a good investment as well. Sometimes they maybe like 70 to like $100 for a decent pair of binoculars. Anything that's going to accentuate your meat cameras is going to be can be a good option. Where would you need to be to see a 1? Seems like you'd have to almost nobody around. A 1, you're pretty much looking like you're in like maybe something Central Australia is a good example. Any desert would be a possibility for that. There are apps on your phones that you can locate certain low levels of light pollution. Something like let's see where Algonquin Park. Let's see where that would be. See if that is a 1 or a 2. Algonquin Park is classed as a Bortle 2. So even then, it's not a completely, truly dark sky area. I'm trying to think of other places. See, the farther north you can go, especially in Ontario, actually most of Canada, the farther north you can go, Western United States, for the most part, there are a great deal of Bortle 1 areas that you can travel to, especially if you are in you can get away from the Nevada, go to away from Las Vegas, go towards maybe Meteor Crater. Where there is a light pollution map. Yeah, also in our, what I have added, I don't know, Nick, if you were here on Sunday. We have added the feature that those do get posted into Discord. So no context for anybody else who hasn't been watching the stream at the time. Although possibly some can infer what may have been. Okay, well, let's pick a target. And then we'll take a look at the at a light pollution map, and you can see how some areas have been, like the night sky has almost been ruined for a lot of people. Because last weekend we were talking about light pollution and what we can do to help improve things. As we were participating in Earth Hour, having as many of the lights off in here as possible. It was actually a bit of a mood. It was kind of a bit of an interesting setup, just with having one light on. So let's take a look where we're at right now. We're pointing out toward the west. Sorry. Yes, we are pointing out toward the west. Now we have imaged bodes. These ones might be a little low on the horizon. What's going on? Why not? How you doing? All right, we were looking at actually. Here's a good example. Actually, a great example. Let's go over to now. We were looking. This was our latest target, the Intergalactic Wanderer, a globular cluster 300,000 light years away, still within our galactic neighborhood. It still orbits our galaxy. But let's go over to a globular cluster that is much brighter, much closer to us as well. I think we should have a fair shot at looking at M13. Let's jump over to that target, and you'll be able to see how much brighter it shows up in just a single exposure, which it should be available to us. Let's send the telescope out toward the northeast. Hope you're doing well tonight. Why not? Good to see you in here. So, of our light pollution map, basically any area that is red and the purplish white, as you're looking in the 8-9 region for the Bortle scale, highly light polluted, where you're only going to see like a few, like essentially a handful of stars, maybe like a couple of hundred stars in the night sky. Let's just see if we are on target for this cluster. And a little bit of an adjustment. Small adjustment. Odious Mind. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing this evening? You're an engineer at the power plant. During Earth Hour, you're about to call the control room and tell them to press the emergency button. Why? Power levels were dropping? I would love to have seen a Bortle 1. That would have been that would have been good. All right, so here, a M13, the globular cluster in the constellation of Hercules. This one is only 23,000 light years away, versus the Intergalactic Wanderer that was 300,000 light years away. So even a 5-second exposure, it is that much brighter. And we can start doing some We can go over to our live stack for a little bit here. And even doing a minute for exposures will be enough. Welcome to Twitch tab 3. Ooh, I'm moving up in the tabs. I've outlasted all but the 24-hour streams. Rest assured, this is probably not going to be a 24-hour stream. Yet. Odious Mind, good to see you in here. How are you doing this evening? So we're doing some live astrophotography. This is the globular cluster in Hercules, known as the Great Hercules Cluster. So from our location here in central Ontario, this is the viewpoint, the vantage that we have of this cluster, of this area. Now, mind you, we're probably going to have clouds rolling in about an hour or so. We'll keep an eye on the weather, but there's still quite a few targets that we can take a look at. We were looking at the Pinwheel Galaxy earlier. Might go back over to the Whirlpool because it has been a while since we've looked at that. Also, I don't know if we've imaged the Whirlpool in broadband in a while. It has mainly been with the our narrowband filters. So because we are getting into galaxy season, there are more. We're looking out into intergalactic space, or sorry, into interstellar space, where the band of the Milky Way isn't going to be readily available to us for a few more months now. It is setting below the horizon. Now, if we were to turn off our ground, we can see that a great deal of the Milky Way targets are going to be sitting below. Now, there's still a few targets out to the northwest, but the lower on the horizon you start to image, it doesn't always. You're shooting through so much more atmosphere, and guiding can go off on a tangent as well, much like how it seems to be going at the moment. Like, what's that doing? Where is that going? The declination is going for a walk. What's up with that? It's trying to keep it steady. Are we coming back down? No, you still. It's just. There we go. That was. That was annoying. So this might... All right, let's see how this exposure turned out. Oh, it's not too bad. That's all right. So even with just 9 minutes of exposure time on M13, it is a stark difference between the previous cluster we were looking at. The moon is below the horizon right now, which is favorable for us as we are in the... we're approaching the phase of a new moon, so it's not going to interfere on the night sky for another 14 days. And also, even when we can start to see the moon coming up, it'll be interesting to look at as it's coming in and out of the phase, whether it is a waxing or a waning gibbous. So we are... Let's see, let's go over to... Where is the moon right now? The moon... Let's turn off the ground. Moon is sitting closer to the sun right now. And that is only visible right now to our friends in the southern hemisphere. So even with 60 seconds, we don't need a great deal of time on this target to start to to get more details. And again, it has a much more presence than the Intergalactic Wanderer, mainly because it is one of the brightest globular clusters. So, also designated as NGC 6205 and sometimes called the Great Hercules Cluster, it's considered one of the most spectacular globular clusters in the northern skies. Southern skies have some other interesting targets. The Great Hercules Cluster was discovered by Edmund Halley in 1714, who noted that it shows itself to the naked eye when the sky is serene and the moon absent. 50 years later, it was examined by Charles Messier, who catalogued it in 1764. M13 is also reported by John Bevis' Celestial Atlas. In 1787, Sir William Herschel pronounced it a most beautiful cluster of stars, exceedingly compressed in the middle and very rich. One of the reasons M13 appears so large and bright is that it is relatively nearby, about 25,000 light years away. At that distance, its angular diameter corresponds to 145 light years across. Stop. Hammer time. How you doing, Hammer? Don't hurt him. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow tonight. So if you're looking at this cluster, it would take if you're a photon traveling at the speed of light, it would take you 145 years to traverse this whole cluster of stars. Great, excellent. Welcome in. Glad to have you in the list today. So Messier 13, which is a cluster of stars we're looking at, contains several 100,000 stars. Some sources even quote more than 1 million. The brightest in this variable is star V11 with an apparent magnitude of 11.95. Toward the center of M13, stars are about 500 times more concentrated than in the solar neighborhood. While the probability of collisions between stars in such a crowded region is negligible, the night sky seen from a planet near the center of this globular cluster will be filled with thousands of stars, brighter than Venus and Sirius. So we could take a trip into this globular cluster in just a moment. Time to do your daily Wordle, Ma. All right, no worries. The scope, we are located in central Ontario, Canada. This is on my back deck. I am about 100 feet away from the telescope. Good night, Ma. Have a good sleep. So we are controlling it with a very similar device. Well, actually, there is the ZWO ASI Air. This is a Raspberry Pi controlled. This is a Raspberry Pi computer that will control the telescope and the mount and the cameras attached to the telescope. And I'm currently using the newer version of the ASI Air Plus to do all our live stacking tonight. But that is the device that we use. Usually this is designed to work with your tablet or your mobile phone. But if you connect it to your home network, you can utilize a program called BlueStacks, which will allow you to just sit at your computer and do this. The legendary, the myth, the legend. Wait, hang on a second. The legendary myth and legend. Yeah, let's do some redundancies. All right, if we go over to M13. This is the Hercules cluster. To infinity. So this is the cluster we are looking at right now. Alex, how you doing? Working and lurking? I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a good evening. So this is our cluster that we're looking at right now. And if we were to zoom into this cluster, we go a little more toward the center. Pick any star around here, and they're likely to have some planets. There we go. Let's pick the star that has kind of been designated. Apparently this is a black hole. All right, let's white main sequence star. All right, let's go with the white main sequence star. See what we have. Does this one have any planets? No, it's more just a collection of stars in the middle. But again, if you were to, let's turn down the exposure a little bit here. If you were to look at the whole sky around, does that look like it's misshapen? It could be. Just look at the rest of the sky around this star. Even this star isn't blocking out, isn't it isn't washing out any of the light from around it. What's this one here? Black hole. How close can we get to this one? Some astronomical units away. Teeny tiny black hole. Interesting. So that cluster of stars in the center, let's go for, does this star have any planets? It has a frigid super Neptune. All right, let's go to that star's planet. So again, so let's let me go on to the surface that I mucked this up. Or is this one? Is this a moon? It does look like. Okay, let's go to the dwarf moon. Like a, it's like a little potato. And we sit on the surface of this. There we go. Let's just get on the surface of this of this asteroid.
Holy potatoes.
So here is a somewhat of an example. If you were to be on this moon, within this globular cluster, you are surrounded by stars, like saying, bright as Sirius. So again, you wouldn't have a good time with being able to experience the night, because you're surrounded by so many stars within this cluster. So a lot of everything that we're kind of seeing within this program, within Space Engine, is based off of scientific measurements. Some liberties with how the planets would look. Like this is a frigid super Neptune, which roughly kind of looks like it'd be modeled a little bit off of Jupiter. You like your dark nights? Me too. It allows us to do things like this. I mean, to be able to see within a globular cluster is always incredibly, to get a rough idea of what it would be like, versus if we go back to Earth. If we go back to our home planet, not that it's dull. By no means are we. But it's not as bright. The sun is our only brightest source of light. This is a it's a simulation program called Space Engine. Lets you tour around anywhere in the universe. Like I said, kind of based off of the scientific measurements. What is live right now is this image here. When I was sitting on that asteroid, or on that moon, it was within this cluster of stars, possibly numbering in the more than 1 million stars in this cluster. This is known as M13, the Hercules cluster. So, not as spectacular as touring around this whole place, this whole cluster of stars. But this is a live stack of images. These are, yes, we can get a little more detail in here. These are 3-minute exposures. They are stacking on top of each other. Sorry, not 3 minutes. These are 1-minute exposures. So we are still able to resolve a great deal of stars in the center of this cluster, and still being able to see the large collection of stars around this cluster. That wasn't like a Wayne's World thing. Yeah, just being able to see this large amount of stars, and something that's a little closer to us than our previous target that we were looking at. That was about 300,000 light years away. Whereas this one is only about 23,000, 25,000 light years away. So much, much closer to us. And still one of a very, very beautiful target in the night sky. Yes, Josh, how you doing? We do dither. You can see right there. Depending on what target we're looking at, these are 60-second exposures. You perhaps dithering every exposure isn't necessary for a short amount. Plus, we're not doing like a complete process on this target. But I still like to dither. I still like to be able to randomize some of the noise that will be coming up in these images, so that if we do any processing later on down the line, we can kind of collect a lot of these, the samples that we have taken, and maybe incorporate them into some of our longer exposure sessions, even if it is just to maybe create a little bit of a little high dynamic range. So for the most part, at 60 seconds, we are not really getting any issues with guiding. And, we're able to really start to resolve some of the fainter stars that are on the outskirts. Do you have any tips on how to not upset the mount so much when dithering? There are what I used to do for when I had my DSLR, when the mirror, when sorry, not the mirror, when the shutter would release, it could cause a bit of vibration. So with dithering settings, so usually what I've kind of done for live imaging sessions is every three exposures we'll do one. Yes, in the settling time, I usually give it about 5 seconds. For this one, because there's no moving parts in the camera, and the telescope itself is fairly stable, I'll do 5 seconds. But you can do 10 or 15 seconds. The only thing is that it just adds more time to your imaging session. But if you're noticing when you're dithering, and it doesn't always give you a nice stable image, then increase the settling time. Before, when I was using my DSLR, it was 10 seconds in between each, just to give it that time. And even then, sometimes it felt like it was things weren't coming to a stopping point. I had trouble stacking live with ASIR Plus. I wasn't sure if it was just bad captures or if dithering didn't work live. What else was happening with it? It could be depending on how much it was moving. I think actually this is, if it's following these dither settings, apologies, it's dithering every 3 images. Or maybe it is dithering after every... No, wait, hang on a second. I'll have to see where the... Is it collapsing with the black hole in the center? These structures, the globular clusters, are some of the oldest in the galaxy. Most of them would have formed during the early days of our galaxy's formation. So these are billions of years old themselves. Globular clusters are fairly stable. Their stars are very metal poor, so you're not going to see many supernova explosions within globular clusters, because they don't have those heavier elements that can start to form iron in the core of a star. So once a star starts to form iron in its core, iron absorbs energy by fission and fusion, and stars are in the business of making energy. So once it starts to form iron in its core, it's absorbing the energy, and it's not available. It can't. Its fuel source starts to run out. As the star starts to collapse, it may reignite the core a little bit, but as long as there's iron, it's eventually just going to lead to the death of the star. Which is why with the globular clusters, they are old stars. So a black hole at the center isn't going to cause a lot of disturbance. It is, if anything, is just keeping everything just kind of gravitationally stable. You're running pretty high settle times at the moment. All right, well, hopefully that, depending on what kind of camera you're using, like I always was more cautious with a DSLR because there's just more moving parts. All right, now it looks like, yeah, every 3 minutes we get a dither. So every 3 exposures, it'll do that. I was still early in your Z130 mod, so I think there were some balance issues and gears weren't as smooth as they should have been. But no one answered about dithering in live. I don't always feel like wasting time on experiments. Same. I agree with Josh. I agree with you on that 100%. Even doing like this, like in a way, maybe this is a little bit of an experiment, but there are the times like during the stream, I'll notice maybe something
Oh,
the
look,
balance
there's
is a
a
little
red
off.
dot where my pointer should be.
Um,
Lick the screen so Astro knows what the heck you're looking at.
so yes, it is. Pardon me. Sorry. The experiments, changing things out. If I have like a longer stretch of time, I will like fiddle with things. But for the most part, it's like, let's just make this work and then start imaging because there is like a day of skies. Yeah, who has time? Yeah, if you have like friends in the United Kingdom, they had like a week of clear skies, maybe even a little longer, and it was great. I can't wait to see what data people had collected over that time. And even then, it's like, well, I got this week. I just want to start imaging. I don't have time to do that. Things are everywhere. See astronomy using the ZWO 2600 clone and a CGX mount. All right, how is that camera working out for you? I got some nice colors in the stack. I'm using the Optilong L Pro, which has helped a great deal with maintaining star color and keeping having a fairly good white balance overall with the camera. There is still a bit of a greenish teal kind of cast, but that largely does come out in editing, in balancing the colors. I use the Bader Moon and Sky Glow. That's a good filter as well. I've heard Astro Backyard speak highly of that filter, and really it is just you are largely cutting out. There isn't a whole lot of light that doesn't get through on that. Just the important bits of light pollution. So I can imagine, depending on what sequence of the moon you're imaging in, is going to cause you some issues. What are those values in the bottom right? These little gimmicks here. That is, let's reset this. So with everything, this is just letting you know your levels for your lights and your darks and your midtones in the histogram. And basically where you see the highest amount of peak is where the mass majority of your data is. So when you bring this closer, you are highlighting more of the white light in there. So when you bring it up here, everything that's dark is going to get darker because you're cutting out all of this information. But it's like, essentially at this point, it's useless information. Pretty much everything we want is in this little bit right here. And even then, we could like really push this. Blow out the core, but we're still getting some other stars. And also revealing some of the vignetting. But again, I'm happy with how the star color has turned out here. I heard the L Pro tends to make things really red. So far, I'm happy with how everything is looking with the L Pro, where you get a nice band of the visible spectrum coming through there. Now, these are hot pixels, which would be averaged out in stacking for like using a deep sky stacker or within PixInsight. It'll get rid of all these greens and reds. Those would all get averaged out, but again, that's not what we're aiming for to be fussy about right now. The camera that I'm using is the ASI 533 MC Pro, which overall it is an awesome camera. The small square sensor, the 1-inch square sensor, is not even a concern with the shape of the sensor. If anything, it just helps frame things up that much better. So again, the L Pro, overall, I mean, mixing it with using the ASIR and well, all the ZWO products, it at least knows what the white balance should be on that. So the histogram, like, I would almost say that I would rather have like the peak area closer to like maybe in like a quarter of the way or a third of the way through. If you're doing your flats, you generally want to keep your all the information in the middle. I did the automatic flat, the automatic flats on here, and it ended up like the histogram ended up like way over here. So I did adjust the exposure time and try to get one close to the center. But again, that's that can be a bit of a different lesson for a different time, perhaps. But the important thing is, like, at least what I try not to bring the white levels too close. It's easier to kind of read a histogram within Photoshop. Whereas here, there are tons of artifacts in your images that are going to confuse the histogram. Your auto flats usually spread between 20 to 40%. See, I always heard to go for 50%, but I have yet to try to stack things up. So we'll see how that goes when we do some image processing. All right, Ma, have a good night. 4th line on the Wordle. All right, I will see if I can match that. Have a good evening. Have a good sleep. When I'm not imaging on stream, do I prefer live or plan mode with the plus? I will go with the planned mode on there. But it'll just be like just the auto run session, depending on, like, right now what I'm working on is M106. I might go over to M106 now while we still have some clear skies and just gather some broadband data on there. So let's say toodaloo to M13, about just 27 minutes on this target. And I'm really liking how this looks. I've heard to match your flat histogram if you can. You can't remember if it's really right or not. Yeah, no, I always heard with the histograms, everything you wanted about like 50%. You want like just in the middle, so it balance. I don't know. To be fair, I rarely take flats. Oh, you're free flats to lights. Then mine would be like way across the board. They'd be all over the place. All right, did I save that? Yes, I saved it. Let's go preview, and we're gonna go over to M106. If I can't really do a whole bunch of time on there, then we'll add a little bit of time. Maybe we'll see. Maybe half an hour. At least that's more than what I had prior. I think I was using I was using the Optilong L Extreme on M106. And getting some decent detail, or at least some decent highlights within the nebulae. But I don't think I have. I think I maybe have like 45 minutes in broadband. If I can add a little bit more time right now, yeah, we'll go for it. You take flats all the time now since you messed up your capture of Juno transiting M10 last year with huge dust motes. Ooh, see, it's been so long since I have made a concerted effort to edit a long exposure astro image. All right, we got M106. Let's move it just a tiny bit. So, and I know I have some large dust motes in on this telescope. Not so much that I would want to take the mirror in for cleaning. If anything, I would probably need to calibrate the telescope. I would need to do some collimation. All right, let's wait for our guiding. Wait for our guiding to settle down, and We'll take some images. We'll do 3-minute exposures on here. But that's also what I do like about the live feature is that you can choose to stack or to save your FITS files so that you can run them through Deep Sky Stacker or PixInsight or APP, whichever program you're going to be using to get those images together. You got some pretty crisp subs of M27 early this morning. Thanks to your dog waking up. It's really nice in the Z103, Z130 field of view. Excellent. Yes, I woke up to some very, very, very clear skies. Where is... Yeah, this was what I woke up to. And I was figuring that, probably from about maybe 1 in the morning, it may have been clear. So that could have been like 4 more hours I could have grabbed on M106. Is it possible to do fully automated sequences in your imaging app? Yeah, pretty much. I think the only thing saving for flats, if you had a filter wheel, you could aim to do some darks in there as well. Because, let's go over to, all right, that's good. That's good to go. What the ASIR Plus does have is the plan mode. So you can choose what targets are going to be available. Right now, I just picked a random set of targets. So you can pick, so let's say I had picked the Horsehead Nebula. On here, behind my head, it has the target name. You can delay your first exposure. And then you can set what is going to be your lights. So you want to do 10 lights. Say you had like one of with your filter wheel, you had a blackout filter. And you could pick your darks, set your filter to go onto that. And then you can do your bias as well. Flats, unless you have like any kind of automation on there, that's the stalling point on this. But then again, it has all of the same thing. You want to look at at Malot 15 at the center of the Heart Nebula. You can move it around in your session there. So this is, I have yet to really utilize this because I haven't had a great deal of time. Now that we're getting into shorter nights, something like this, unless I was shooting a lot of targets low on the horizon, and just kind of hopping from setting target to setting target, I would be utilizing this. But for the most part, what I've been doing is just kind of picking not smaller targets, but just specific targets. So with the live feature, again, we mostly do, I've moved over to doing 3-minute exposures. 5 minutes, sometimes there can be, there's a better chance of getting satellites flying through or any guiding errors. If you lose a 3-minute exposure, it's not so bad. You know, I know some people will do like 45-minute exposures, like maybe over an hour, depending on what kind of mount you have. The problem is if you lose an hour single exposure, that's a pretty hefty fine, because yeah, you're gathering more data, but at the same time, I mean, it's a flex on whatever mountage you're using, which is great if you can do like an hour-long exposure. But if you could do like maybe 10-minute exposures and then kind of go from there, then at least you're only losing 10 minutes for some aggressive imaging. A while back when I was in the UK, back in 2020, we had like 2 weeks almost of clear skies, to the point that I was like, What else am I going to image? I just don't do 30-second exposures for a whole night. You need to buy an extra hard drive. Yeah, that's the thing, because no matter what you can do an hour-long exposure, and that image is, like 30 megabytes, depending on your sensor size. I have these exposures, these files come out of this camera at 17.5 megabytes. Not going to break the bank on your hard drive, but yeah, doing 30-second exposures, that's going to really fill up the hard drive fast, especially if you have a large sensor camera. Then you're looking at, like, this camera here that I'm using. Was my imaging camera, and they were about 34 megabytes for the files. So no, I was doing no less than 5 minutes. Did some of them end up getting ruined by a satellite or even some bad tracking? Yeah, now and then, yeah. But again, I felt like, for the most part, despite living in the cloud capital, the rain capital of the world, living in England, I feel like I had more clear nights than I have here in a while. I usually shoot 5-minute subs. You balanced your settings, so that's your go-to at the moment. And 5 minutes for the most, I was actually, when I was shooting M106 with the L Extreme filter, those were 5 minutes, just to get more light coming through, because the L Extreme is just a dual narrowband filter. And whereas with the L Pro, I can go 3 minutes and we're getting more light coming through. Pardon me. You're out of space on 2 5-terabyte drives, waiting on an 18 terabyte to come Friday. Ooh. You get a good deal on that 18 terabyte drive? Satellite. That's fine. But I do love M106. So with the L Extreme filter, actually, I think I have a... No, I don't have any saved images of that. It was all just auto run. But these little pockets here on the L Extreme were nice and an orangey red. And for the most part, a lot of this was cut out. Not cut out, but it wasn't as bright. $300 for 18 terabytes. Western Digital has a sale going on. Ooh, that's not bad. I think I paid... what did I pay for mine? The 5 terabyte. 150, 175 pounds? So turn that into Canadian dollars. That's $6,000. I think I got ripped off. Your 5 terabytes are around 150 each. That doesn't seem... that actually, you look at the way how much certain memory cost in the past. Some projects hitting over 100 gigabytes. Yeah, and then also then how much the computer has to work at it as well. So try to keep maybe even keeping certain projects compartmentalized to try to save on space. But at the same time, there hasn't been... I'm trying to think of probably the Christmas tree cluster at about 10 hours has been the longest imaging session I have done in a little while. I wanted to get some broadband done on the Christmas tree cluster, but the forecast just didn't work out afterward. It was so long with with some crummy skies, and I switched over from the smaller refractor to the large reflector. So that's what we're using tonight. We have the 8-inch Rishi-Chrétien telescope from Altair Astro. That is a company out in the United Kingdom. Pretty much everything that the vast majority of everything we have on here is originally from the UK, or at least it was purchased in the UK. But we're looking to add a few more bits of kit on here, namely a automatic focuser as well as a filter wheel, so we can utilize something like on nights like tonight, where we want to be able to go to a galaxy, but then maybe go to a nebula, or get some nebulosity, pardon me, within the galaxy. And yeah, that was a large satellite that went through. But I'm really liking the detail we're getting already. Missing an EAF yourself, and that LRGB is next on your upgrade path. It is like the more that I've seen for everything that we want to do on here, getting a automatic focuser as well as a filter wheel, even for the color camera. The idea would be that we could shoot. We'd use the L Pro, or we would just use a UV IR cut filter, especially during a new moon. But then also switch over to our L Extreme, and then possibly using a couple other filters, or even just having a blackout filter to do our darks, if need be, because we really should do your calibration frames. But then when it comes to a monochrome camera, it'll be a 7-position filter wheel, LRGB SHO on there. But right now, no filter wheel. The only place I've seen where there's an automatic focuser and filter wheels is like overseas at the moment. So again, still supply seems to be a little short on supply, which is why I feel like there's still other elements within astrophotography that we would like to add to the stream. But as well, it seems, I feel that there are other items that would be good to have. Looking forward to the release of the 533 monochrome camera, the brother to this one. So we can pair that up. So we could be shooting different targets with the reflector. But then if there's something in the refractor, we can switch over to that. For monochrome, and just build up some of the luminance files on there. So there's always going to be other things we want to do. Adding another mount is something down the road, but it really comes down to what is going to be available. What we do have coming in, at least for future streams, for other themes that we have on here. Like I said, we do like to keep things as space-based as possible. We are currently building the Lego Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It is a rocket ship, so it counts as something space-based. Or there are some other Star Wars and Marvel sets that are coming out, and it is, for our Lazy Sunday Lego streams, there is always something nerdy and cool to be building. And yeah, there's quite a few items down the line that we have planned, and some of them are going to be even like seasonal based sets that we're going to be building. So like there are seasons for different targets for astrophotography, there are different seasons for certain Lego sets that we have or are aiming to collect. The latest set that is going to be picked up, because thankfully, a big thanks to everybody who contributed to the previous bit goal. We are going to be getting the Rocket Launch Center, based off of NASA's SLS, which is, we did watch the rollout the other week. But yeah, the Rocket Launch Center is based off of NASA's SLS. The challenge was if chat did meet me halfway on the price, then we would pick it up. So once that payment comes through from Twitch, we'll get this set. We'll build it alongside closer to launch time for the SLS. And I saw a couple of features on here that felt a little bit almost like a spoiler for me, but I think it's some really cool features in this set. And the only one complaint that we have is that you're essentially paying for the NASA name that comes with this. Same thing with Star Wars sets. You're paying for the name of Star Wars. It's not so much just the price per brick, but it is the theme and the name attached to it. Also, another thing that I had a big complaint about is the fact that on the box we have the 3 stars of Orion. We have the Orion Nebula. We have the constellation of Orion. But we also have the constellation of Orion right here. They just flipped the image. I'm not calling lazy on Lego, but I'm calling lazy on Lego. It would be nice to have a dark filter to automate those, and the flats flap. That would be good. But yeah, seriously. Call any one of us. Be happy to supply an image. Damn thing. You wonder if constellations are in the Star Wars backgrounds, because that would be a problem. I would sure hope not. Because that was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Also, one thing I kind of took note of while watching Book of Boba Fett is how everybody is like, yeah, there's bounty hunters. They just walk amongst everyone else, and no one seems to really bat an eye about it. So, yeah, there's some really cool things in this set. So like I said, we will be picking this one up. It will be added to our building sessions. But for now, it is going to be a different type of rocket ship, which is supremely colorful. It is awesome. I love the color scheme on this the set we're currently building. But it's true, we have Dog the Bounty Hunter, but he doesn't go around carrying Bounty's heads, now does he? But no, this is already a fun build. We're like a third of the way through, so possibly 2 more streams until we're that we know of. So we got about 2 more streams before we're finished this one, but that's all right. We have plenty of other sets waiting in the wind, and also the fact that if something different pops up, then maybe we get something else earlier. Like what I'm super duper looking forward to, and have all sorts of ideas what we could do for a stream on this one. Is the DeLorean, the time machine from Back to the Future. We have the option of building the three different versions, either the Western or the original or the future flying version. So that is that one's like a no-brainer. I mean, for everything that we do. I saw the notification and you're like, what? The 8-incher's out? Yes, look at it. Look at it. Oh, look, an airplane. What's going on, Caleb? How are you? Good to see you in here. Astro Caleb, one of our friends in the Southern Hemisphere. He does astrophotography as well. He's a fantastic human being. Always wonderful to see him in here. A great wealth of knowledge as well when it comes to PixInsight and and some other imaging programs. He got an 8-incher as well. Welcome to the club. Also, we do have apologies for not shutting up before, is AstroJav, who does astrophotography as well from Aruba, which is, again, we get some many different levels of latitudinal locations. Also, speaking of more, can we get a shout out for SimView? How's it going? Another fantastic astrophotographer here on Twitch, sharing the cosmos whenever possible. Always good to see more people doing that as well. See Astronomy. Haven't seen Astrophotography live yet, but you did follow earlier, so you have some have to hope to see some stream. Excellent. Sim, doing great tonight. Excellent. Wonderful to have you in here. We are imaging M106, adding to some of the data that we have. I have been imaging M106 in the supreme narrowband at the moment. I feel not enough broadband, so figured this was going to be a little off targets. Sugarlums and weasels. Oh well. I figured this was a good enough time as any. The next time we have a possible clear sky situation is going to be what is today? Today's Tuesday. I think it's Saturday. Saturday night might be another clear night. We'll keep an eye on that. Actually, this is like, oof, my goodness. I love broadband imaging, especially on galaxies, and especially when everything is just these pinpoint stars. I'm showing off these pinpoint stars tonight. Doodles, what's going on? How are you doing tonight? How you doodling? Womp womp. Welcome in. I just picked up Starlink for your farm. Hello, Bortle 2 streams later. Excellent, Sim. Now, is that like being shipped out, or do you physically have a Starlink satellite now? Because if so, freaking Elon is holding out on me. So this is our target for the foreseeable future. Right now we have we got 15 minutes on this target. Camera is sitting at minus 20 degrees Celsius because I neglected to change it to 10 degrees. Plus everything else I've been shooting on M106 has been 20 degrees below zero. So I figure why change now? And this is looking freakishly nice. I gotta say, I'm wondering why. I feel I've had a couple of imaging sessions where it's like, it looks okay. I guess maybe it's also because we have like the skies are really stable tonight. And like, look at like this is nuts. Like, I am super impressed with the setup tonight. Everything's just working. So even if we have these extra 4 exposures, I'm not counting the 2 that have the satellite running through. They give you a 7-day window when your number is up on the Starlink waiting list. Was not planning it right now, but they said 2023 or later if you didn't take it now. Fair enough. Okay, that's good. We had when I first put my deposit down for Starlink, it was, they were saying mid to late 2021, and then mid 2021 passed, which is when we moved here, and then late 2021 passed, and by then we had already got our internet sorted out with another company. Still satellite internet, not as mind-numbingly blazing speeds as Starlink would offer, but at the same time, I still haven't canceled my deposit for Starlink, and I don't know what I would do with it at this point. And for the also, they emailed me and said, "Oh, BT Dubs, the price is going up." You haven't even given me the damn satellite yet, and the prices are going up. So it's a waiting game with Elon, and at this point, for everything that we're doing, everything that's been going on, I can't see spending that much on Capone Gaming. Holy potatoes, Capone! Oh my goodness. How are you doing tonight, brother? What's going on? Oh my goodness. Damien Cooper. Ori Streams. Kira Sheck. Renzi. Marsha the Moose. Borgie12. What's going on? How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome in, Raiders. Capone, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid tonight. Welcome in. How y'all doing? Good to see you in here. How are things? What did you get up to? Can we get an awesome? We got an awesome shout out for Capone Gaming. Go check him out. Do a little goose duck. What else is going on? Kira, you love astronomy. I do too. How are things going tonight? Welcome in, everybody. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And here in central Ontario, Canada, we like to take images of outer space, live images of outer space. Well, thank you so much for bringing in your community. This is what we're doing tonight. We are using this 8-inch telescope in my backyard. And we are taking a look right now. We're doing some live imaging. This is M106. It is a galaxy 23 million light years away. But yeah, what did you get up to? How was your stream tonight? Ori, what's going on? Thank you so much. I love to share the night sky with everybody. Your stream is fun. Excellent. So you little Goose Duck. I played that once. And I gotta say, hot take, I enjoyed it more than Among Us. But yes, this is what we like to do on this channel. We like to share live images of outer space whenever possible. Now, sometimes the skies are very kind to us. Sometimes they are sometimes the skies, they're the drizzle. We also like Lego here. Every Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we like to build Lego sets. Try to keep them space-based as possible. Give it a good excuse to actually buy and play with Lego sets on stream. But at the heart of it, I do like to share our images of outer space. Hazards, how you doing? I love astronomy in your community. Well, your community is fantastic. And I greatly appreciate you bringing your community on over tonight. Bruno is from Ontario. Are we? How neighborly are we? No, we don't have to go into that great detail. But yeah, it's no. I appreciate you bringing everybody in. Ottawa. Okay, we're about maybe like 7 hours away. I'm more central Ontario, Grey Highlands area. But we are fortunate enough to have very little light pollution. Now, we talked about light pollution in the past. Being in Ottawa, I would imagine that if you're looking up at the night sky, you're lucky to see a full moon sometimes. Now, I'm out in rural Ontario, and I gotta say, it is everything for the sky tonight, pardon me, is working out really, really well. That we have had some awesome views. We had some great targets to look at. We tried some quick shots as well. This was an older image of the Horsehead Nebula. This is a dark nebula in the constellation of Orion. It is a bit of a combo area where the red is hydrogen alpha. Hydrogen is one of the most abundant molecules in our universe, and it emits in the red end of the visible spectrum. Other areas, sometimes you get a star that's reflecting the light off the molecular dust around it, and it creates this beautiful blue hue to everything. Now, as much as we complain about the moon, that's also a target that we will look at as well. Right now, we're at a new moon phase, so we don't have to. The moon is in the shadow right now for the sun, so we don't get our moon impeding upon our views. Say to Zazel, how are you doing? Good to see you tonight. So the thing is, when you are looking at the moon, there is a lot of turbulence in our atmosphere, so the whole thing moves and it looks all bubbly and wobbly, wibbly wobbly. So you have to take video. So if you take a video and you'll stack that on top of each other and get rid of all the soft looking images, you can start to resolve more details around the moon. Doing well. Good to see you streaming again. Rock on. Thank you so much, Azazel. Glad to have you in here. Yeah, we got a clear night tonight. It was like this morning, waking up to this view. And for the most part, and it hasn't changed. So this is my backyard. We've recently moved into the country. And like I say, it is a far cry from where I used to live in the United Kingdom and where I used to live near Toronto. So there is a great deal more open sky available to us. The telescope sits on my deck. So that's that right there. All topless and everything. And yeah, the sky, it has been a very awesome high pressure system, very stable, which has allowed our telescope to get some nice sharp images tonight. Astrophotography has so many different things going against it, so many obstacles you have to overcome. And not like I'm saying this is like a Herculean effort. It's just that sometimes gremlins can get in your system, and it can get really annoying sometimes. So when you're taking like a single image from outer space isn't always a very sharp image because the camera is going to create thermal noise as it heats up, as it collects that light. You need to take multiple exposures to try to average out all that noise. But you're keeping all of the good signal remaining so that you can get the best possible image that you can. So the program that we were using tonight, this is the ASI Air. This is a little Raspberry Pi computer from the company ZWO. It's an imaging company out in China, but they produce some really good quality equipment. I would say like middle of the road for everything, fairly affordable, easily accessible, and this Raspberry, the bigger brother of this one. Not a massive pun intended there. I've been using that expression already. The ASI Air Plus is allowing us to do these live images and stack them on top of each other to get rid of that noise and amplify the signal. Used to camp in Collingwood decades ago. Went to University of Waterloo. Excellent. I got a few friends that went to Waterloo, to University of Waterloo. Spent some time there myself, but not for university. No, wonderful area. I was actually up in Blue Mountain a few weeks ago. Blue Mountain is also where we got one of our a few of our hot sauces that we have on the channel. So so whenever we do have, like, I like spicy food, right? And this is some fairly spicy stuff. This is the 7-pot douglas. And the odd time, yeah, it'll go on a chip or in some little crunchy bites. And then you get to see me squirm for a while. Or maybe cry, depending on how hot all of that gets. But at the heart of everything that we do here, I love to take images of outer space and share these views with everybody. So this galaxy we're looking at right now, this is M106, 25 million light years away. The best image I ever did was of the... Right, that nebula has also been renamed. Well, it's not renamed, but it has the alternate name of the Clown Face Nebula, which we have gone after that as well. Hammer Time, do you have an Instagram where that's on? Because I always love to see what other people are doing for astrophotography. All right, M106. All right, so this is the target we are on right now. So this is where we're aiming, pretty much straight up in the night sky. We will probably have to do a flip. Let's see. Actually, we may not have to do flip. The clouds might roll in ahead of us, so we'll keep an eye on that. I also noticed the Dolphin head isn't that far off for me. Just enough in the trees. Let's rewind the clock a bit. But this red box is our sensor on the camera and the telescope focal length. Dolphin head would be better suited for the smaller telescope. You got a newbie question: is it possible to get over light pollution with filtering or astrophotos, or is it just a no-go? Oh no, it is. There are many different filters that we can use. Right now, the filter we're using it's a broadband filter, so it lets through more of the visible spectrum. So of the electromagnetic spectrum, from cosmic rays down to radio waves, this is the tiny little bit where everything for us exists visually. Light pollution can sit in this middle ground. And even a lot of objects in space don't really give us much light in the green. You're going to see it more down more the higher energetic end in the blues. Hydrogen alpha, 656 nanometers. There are filters that will just cut out or allow just this little bit of the band of the visible spectrum to pass through. Better for single band images, single band filters, it is better to use a monochrome camera, because if you're using a color camera, you're losing 3/4 of all the data that's coming through on this end, because the rest of the pixels are designed to pick up green and blue in a color camera. Whereas a monochrome camera, everything across the board will get through and registered on the sensor. So the filter that we're using tonight lets through a fair portion of this area, a little bit through here to kind of help with color balance, and then more on the lower energy spectrum. And using that broadband, you're able to see more detail in a galaxy, because galaxies are dim, they're distant. This is like 25 million light years away. So it's going to take time to accumulate the photons in your image. Whereas something that's within our own galaxy is so that's in our own galaxy would be a little brighter. It doesn't take, when you start doing longer integration times like you would with galaxies, you're going to get more detail within our own home. I just posted it on Instagram. What's your Instagram? It's okay, you can post it. Things like that we're cool with. Or unless you post it in Discord. Discord is cool too. So we do like to see people in Discord. There are all sorts of things that we post. Tacoma Terpenstra. Now, how's it going? How to stop by? Say the family has been enjoying the Bulldog spicy ramen after your recent recommendation on the stream. I don't know if you're brave enough to try the 2x spice yet. Awesome. Well, glad you gave it a go. I know I like it. It's a good flavor. The spicy, it is hot. It is fucking hot. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate you stopping by on that. All right, where did my Instagram go? I don't have an Instagram open. Oh, apparently I do. Exactly what your wife didn't stop saying. Well, I mean, kudos. Kudos for that. Oh, wow. That's some yeah, that's some nice structure on that one. Holy potatoes. So I love planetary nebulae. Right now the focal length we're using is 1,000 millimeters. It's okay for some targets, but yeah, as far as planetary nebulae go, I definitely need to take off the focal reducer and go for the longer focal length. This telescope can focus at 1,600 millimeters, 1.6 meters. But no, I think it's like you got that you got the color awesome in there, like the whole outer envelope. Like that's tremendous. I think we've aimed to try to get some detail on that in the past, but I mean, also I was doing like very short exposures just to try to see some detail. I don't know if I even saved any of mine. I don't know if we have any of those in there, but no, that's really cool. That's awesome. I look forward to seeing what else you come up with. So we have, I save pretty much at least an example of every shot that we do, whether or not it's actually a decent image, or when you have something like the International Space Station blowing through your image, which we thought was a Starlink. But after a couple people said, no, that's the International Space Station, we went back into Stellarium, and yeah, sure enough, it did mark that in our small little field of view, we did have the International Space Station blitz right through. So again, one of those targets that, you know, for the most part, not too fussed on. Ooh, did we just lose a guide star? No, it's still looking good. I tried to capture it tonight, but it was a total flop. Planetary nebula can be such a they can be difficult to capture. He started Leo triplet almost 3 weeks ago, but Arizona has been having worse weather than Canada. Maybe we'll be able to finish it before the Galaxy season is gone. Hopefully. All right, let's going to ridiculously stretch this one for a moment. Now, obviously, if we're processing this one, we're not going to go through to this extreme because we are amplifying a lot of the noise in this image. However, seeing more of the outer arms of this galaxy and the structure, I am tempted to leave it capturing on this target pretty much until the clouds roll in. You're 61, 285 millimeters, so Galaxy season is a lot of zoom on small targets. But the cool thing about that, what I like about when you put galaxies in like a wide field of view, that certain ones will have such amazing context of where they are. I did one of the Whirlpool Galaxy, not on purpose, but I was like, I didn't know what else. This is during that long stretch of clear skies back in 2020 in the UK. I didn't know what else to do, so I was just kind of shooting anything. Leo triplet would be good. There's also another area. Well, actually, there's a couple of clusters of galaxies in Leo. That would be that'd be really cool for some wide field shots. Hello, Leo. Where are you? There you go. So yes, there is the Leo triplet, which just doesn't really fit too well in this field of view. There is that collection of NGC and M105. M96 is kind of cool. If you had a wide field of view, potentially a wide field of view, you could get like these 5 galaxies in here. But then there is this quartet of galaxies in Leo. And even then, there's still other smaller galaxies within this cluster. And just like the shape of the structure on this one's awesome. I love the shape of this. Soldier Woods, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? It's a new anything you haven't done yet. We did go after that. I did image this target once, and I think it'd be a tremendous candidate for. Also, if you're shooting wide field, you're still going to get other. You get more galaxies, an elliptical galaxy as well. And depending on if, I think Leo has more targets than you kind of realize. But again, it's some of the galaxies are small, and but I would say that quartet is a good choice, or even like this collection of galaxies here, M95, 96, 105. That'd be an interesting one to go after. So where M106? Where are we at right now? Have we passed the meridian yet? We have. This is a bit of a tough one, because the telescope is going to be passing. Is going past the meridian. We'd have to flip. So essentially, I would need to stop this and start it again. So filters in Bortle 6, you got UHC, CLS, UVIR. Just the UVIR for galaxies. How long are the exposures? Bortle 6, I would still be... I would almost say... I would still want to be slightly aggressive on that. Possibly even like a CLS. In a 6. Are you doing 5 or 10 minutes? Yeah, I'd almost be more inclined for the the ultra high contrast filter. What's the spectral line in that? Or that's the what wavelengths get through on that one? UVIR, that would be maybe if you're for planetary with the UVIR in a 6, because you're not doing an exceedingly long amount of exposure time for that one. All right, I'm going to let this last exposure finish, and I'll have to do a meridian flip. I don't know if it'll automatically continue. It wouldn't. I'd have to quit the live stack. What does the... astronomic UHC. Just kind of judge the... Right. Would this be the kind of the band pass for your UHC? So really, that kind of is a little close to the CLS, but it's also letting some of that infrared pass through. You've been using UHC pretty much exclusively the last few months. Never used a CLS before. I think the CLS is fairly similar. Just that you aren't... All right, we'll stop that. I think that the infrared doesn't pass through there. All right, we got that. That's looking really good. I'm liking how that is looking. Right, let's go back to preview. Yep, we're gonna do that. And let's see if we hit go to. Is it going? Yep, there we go. That's what we're doing. Just doing a flip. So let's see, what's the forecast looking like for the rest of the evening? Adding my 800th tab on here. Updating ASI Air app at the moment. Been in constant update mode the last few weeks. Doesn't seem like some of those like just absolutely like bombard you with updates, or it seems they all happen at once. Was it 1 a.m.? Actually, I might have. I may have some clear skies up until 4 in the morning, if that's right. One thing I don't like about this is like you can't stop it. You can't pause it. And then if you start to fiddle with it, it goes even faster. It freaks out on you. Like, and you hit stop, and it's like, no, that's not a stop. Try to slow it down. No, that doesn't work either. You got to refresh the whole page. That's like the only frustrating thing about this this forecast. But it looks, yeah. What does that end off at? 5 in the morning, and then we start to get some cloud rolling through. What's confusing is they don't keep the Android and iOS beta versions in sync, so you polar align with the iPad, and then go in the house and use BlueStacks Android. Ooh, that's got to be confusing to the whole system. That's got to be a little tricky. Let's see. Got it. There you go. That's better. All right. New. Excuse me. Let's plate solve. Let's get that. Let's get that in the center, shall we? You stop the guiding. Restart the guiding. Take a picture. That nucleus should be right there. If this is being any bit of accurate, it's not really. It's better than it was before. That's fine. So the question is, do I auto run this? We're mostly clear. Let's see what another app says for my forecast. Because, let's see, 9 a.m. 9 a.m. we're starting to get some possible snow. See, now this forecast is telling me that it's partly cloudy, or it's mostly clear right now. 2 a.m. is partly cloudy, mostly cloudy throughout the rest of the morning. But then the other app says it might be. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to to get organized there. See, this is where having a roll-off roof, an automated observatory, would come in handy, rather than having to go outside and cover everything up. And especially if like it starts raining or snowing down the mouth of the telescope. Your old ASI 462 died, so RMAing it, so thankfully it's not being used, not using in your scope. How long did that serve you? Because I know eventually this camera is going to conk out. But it's like, it's been my first astro imaging camera. It has become my favorite camera. And knock on wood, the fact that I have had no problems with this camera the whole time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I am looking forward to getting picking up the monochrome version, if budget permits. Hey, you think you misused it somehow with the all sky? They just like overheat? Because I've seen some people using their the all sky for that. I don't know if it was with that camera, but a lot of ZWOs have been used for the all skies. Right. Guiding, looking at this, the guiding doesn't seem as happy on this side of the meridian. I wonder if it was maybe too east heavy. No, we'll see how this. Oh, we lost the guide star for a second. What's up with that? Are we already losing? Are the clouds rolling in? I need I need a good camera that will look up at the sky, but just so I can see a decent all sky that I can see the clouds rolling in. Because with this camera out here, it's not the greatest. I can see a few stars, but I can't really see the clouds rolling in. You can watch this forever. Well, I appreciate hanging about. This is, I love doing this, and I have stayed up and just watched this this all roll in. Even just watching the guiding. Actually, that was the first, before I got an outdoor camera, I would watch this monitor, and if anything went all wonky, I knew something wrong was happening outside. But then as soon as I got the outdoor camera, like, it was just less stress. Especially when the telescope is going to another target, there is the chance that, you know, my cables aren't the cleanest. You can see they're dangling all around. If there's a chance that a cable is going to get caught up. Science streams! What's going on, Balint? Ant Raid from Uncle Bill and Balint. How's it going? Hide the peanuts. What peanuts do you speak of? We don't have ghost pepper peanuts here, do we?
Holy
do.
potatoes.
Biff, what's going on? How you doing? Are we ants? Yep. Are we hype? Yes, we are. Also, hi. Science Raid. Welcome. Welcome. How's it going? Good to see you. How was your stream? Can we get a shout out for science streams? What'd you get up to tonight? If you guys want to know everything there is to know about ants and their biology, you want to know how awesome you can be at illustrating on a tablet and drawing gargoyles and other awesome illustrations. Cliff Alistair McLean. What's going on, Cliff? How you doing? It was good. Did some microscopy and played Spyro the Dragon. Like original Spyro, or is there like a new Spyro that's come out?
Water, 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 water. This the water, 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 water.
Dragon Science, the original, awesome. Alex, totally not a part of this raid, or the one who pointed out you were still on. No. I appreciate the love brought over. Glad to see you all in here tonight. But I welcome you in. For those who are new to the channel, how you doing? My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we are doing exactly what this channel is designed for. Sharing live images of outer space. This is my telescope here in central Ontario, Canada. We have had some remarkably clear skies all night, and originally the forecast was saying you got clear skies until 11. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. You have clear skies until 12. Good. You still have clear skies until 2. So we're keeping an eye on things. Imaging right now, what we're looking at the moment, this is my guiding page. That's not interesting. BLFF. Oh, sorry, I thought I said Biff. Bulf. Bliff. I'm going to call you Biff unless there's another name you will go by. Welcome into the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here. So this is the target we're looking at right now, M106, a galaxy 25 million light years away. Warder alert. I hid the achievement unlocked. What was it? Ant bit while collecting data. McFly. Hello, McFly. You mean like this McFly? Not in our possession yet. Not purchased yet. But for our Lazy Sunday Lego streams, we are going to be getting the DeLorean. At some point. It may not be today, it may not be yesterday, but at some point, we will have this in our possession for our Lazy Sunday Lego streams. That is what we like to do here. Usually we are, like I said, we're doing some live astrophotography. We will take a lot of our images that we do share, and we will also be able to do some image processing on some targets that right now I'm collecting more data on this galaxy M106. You came at the right spot. You love Lego. Well, that, like I said, that's what we do Sunday mornings. Currently, we are building the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It is a large, colorful rocket. So there's some awesome little bits and pieces that we have started upon. We'll continue that next Sunday morning. But yeah, that's what we will build something sciencey. We'll build something space related, something nerdy-ish-esque. And we'll add it to our collection, have a chilled Sunday morning stream, wind down from the week. But today we are winding things up. What's going on, Dr. Derp? How are you doing today? Glad to have you in here. We will be adding to our collection. Again, thanks to everybody who had contributed to our Bits challenge. or our bits stretch goal, sorry, was we will be picking up the Rocket Launch Center. And I saw a few other features on this that I didn't know were in this set. Not necessarily I would call them a spoiler, but it would have been kind of fun to discover that all by myself. But there's some really cool features in this, and like beyond what I actually thought was possible with this one. So looking forward to adding this to our collection. The actual SLS, NASA's rocket, will be taking off for a test flight in early June, right at the moment. It all depends on how things go with the results from the testing that they're going to be doing with the rocket now. It has been rolled out onto the pad, and right now they said they're doing the tests. They're going to do the wet dress rehearsal, where they are loading up the rocket with the fuel, doing pressurization tests, and they'll roll it back into the vehicle assembly building, get all the checks done, and from that point we will know a little more accurately of when they're going to do the test launch, send the Orion probe around the moon, land it back on Earth, and gather more data for the crewed mission that's going to be coming up. This Lego City set is part of, there's more pieces that can be added on to this for the lunar base and the lunar orbiter. So we have a bit of a collection to start acquiring over time. So we have some fun to do on Lego on Sunday mornings. But yeah, Dr. Derp doing very well today. We're doing fantastically well because this is up and running. We have it's not a bad temperature outside. Right now we're sitting at -5 degrees Celsius, which is much warmer than it was this weekend at -21 degrees Celsius. So that is much warmer out there. Able to go out there and adjust the telescope without getting any frostbite, without having to wear a jacket. Let the American broomstick fly. Let her rip. I mean, it's for overall for space exploration, I gotta say it's awesome to see to have so much access to all of these as well. Like you look back in like back in the 60s and the 70s, really, and even probably throughout the 80s, like how much progression did we actually get to see take place? It was always they never showed the tests online or anything like that. They never showed the broadcasts on TV of them testing out the rockets. It was always like, here it is, it's ready to go. There we are. There's the mission. But now we have like this unfettered access to so much of the progression of space exploration, and I think there may be some people who are looking at this and thinking, wow, they're terrible at this. And no, space is hard. It is difficult to navigate and manage space. And to be able to create systems where you can reuse rockets and save money. And that way you can put more money toward more experiments. And place. All right, Hammer Time, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you dropping in. Also, that was an awesome image of the Clown Face Nebula. That's true. That's an awesome process on that one. So yes, looking forward to seeing more of your images, and yeah, hopefully see you again soon. We will be aiming to be back Friday. We'll be back to our regular streaming day, unless the skies are going to clear up for us. At that point, like I said, these streams can pop up at any time. Sometimes they'll last a while. Sometimes they might be abbreviated. But it looks like if the forecast is no, that's looking for the wrong place. I'm looking at the wrong forecast. All right. As it looks at the moment, however accurate this is, we may be on borrowed time with the skies. So it's showing that we got 100% high cloud coverage possibly rolling in at any time. And the next possibility we may have would be late Friday night, early Saturday morning for any possible imaging time. That one, if the skies are going to end up being clear, there's a better chance I would just turn the telescope on and just pick a target, probably still on this one, M106. Image that one and gather some more time, gather more data on this one, and that will be the next possible imaging stream. Friday night we do our astronomy chat, talk about some latest space news, focusing on that. And if anything spicy pops up, every 50 bits we'll eat a ghost pepper peanut, and other bit thresholds you can cause pain to my mouth with hot peppers. Do you have a favorite sci-fi author or series? It's a good question. I have on my audiobook collection, I have the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which I have started, but it's always gotten pushed back in favor of some other factual books about astronomy, and I know I need to give myself more time with just enjoying space. If anything, like sci-fi, it would probably, I'm going back years. I think the Andromeda Strain. I know it was more of a almost a vampire-ish zombie type thing from Michael Crichton, but of the time reading, it's really been, I neglected reading. It's always been just kind of my magazine collection. Right. These are strewn about the office, whether it's astronomy or it's BBC Sky at Night magazine, or we have some other magazines in here. I love all the Astro streams, so thank you so much. Oh, Freddled Gruntbugly, thy micturations are to me with big yawning, as plurdled Gabbleblockhitis in midsummer morning on a lurgrid bee. Did that make sense what I just read? We do have a book and movie section in our Discord. There have been some suggestions in there, and off the top of my head, I can't remember which one I did take up. But then again, it's been a while since I have jumped in that section of the Discord. Science streams are the best. I try, and I know that Berlin tries as well, and it's that we want to be able to have a really fun place for people to hang out in, and to be able to tell you something that maybe you didn't know yesterday, give you some deeper insight into to the macro, to the micro. There are all sorts of awesome people that are doing science streams on science streams, as well as science streams on Twitch. And it's just, it's awesome to be a part of this community, and seeing so many people who just love to share their stories as well. Like, if you have tried any form of astrophotography, if you've just pointed your phone up at the night sky, if that's the way you're dipping your toes into the waters, that's great. If your wallet is already begging for mercy, that's great too. We're all going to get into this at different levels. The setup that I have has been curated over a number of years, and with everything that kind of comes in from these streams, everything gets funneled back into the stream in some way, shape, or form, be it for some telescope equipment, streaming gear or Lego sets. But for the most part, I'm happy with everything that we have. And yeah, everything that we do on here, everything that I want to share with people is all from my love of astronomy and just wanting to have that, I don't want to say being a kid again. That's that's a bit of the wrong choice, but to be able to share an experience with someone and have them tell a story of how they felt when they looked at this object in space, or when they built this Lego set, or when you ate this type of food, because we ramble on about food here as well. Very silly question. How is the computer connected to the telescope? No, not silly at all. Oh, that's a fabulous question. Because this set that we're using. So this is the smaller, the little brother of what we're using right now. This is the original version of ZWO's ASI Air. It is a Raspberry Pi computer. It is designed to send off its own Wi-Fi signal, so you can use your tablet and control the telescope mount and the cameras, so that you have a wireless connection, and you don't need to leave a laptop outside, depending on which program people use. What I have is my Ethernet cable on the telescope outside. You can actually see it. The white cable dangling from... There you go. There is the ASI Air Plus. Hopefully you can see my mouse on there. I can't see my other screen at the moment. So that is the ASI Air Plus. There, white cable goes down and all the way into the office here. It is like a 150-foot cable, so it's a little ways out there. But that is connected to my home network, and the program I'm using is to control everything here is an Android emulator called BlueStacks. It is basically you treat your computer as a tablet, so you can log into to your Google Play account, download your apps, whatever you need, and Robert's your mother's brother, and you're off to the races. So that is the, I guess, in a bit of a nutshell. You have a question related to your field. Also, when you get a chance, ask away. Biff, ask away. I always aim to try to catch up with chat as best as possible. Sometimes it'll get a little chaotic, but for the most part, everybody is nice and chilled, and it's just a good time out here, and I'm happy to spend this time with everybody. So is the scope just outside, or does it have a special build as well? Everything outside, it's all designed to be robust enough to take the weather. The big 8-inch telescope that we're using right now, that is a carbon fiber tube. It helps reduce the weight a little bit, but it's also designed to help disperse any heat that might build up during the day, because that's going to impact your optics. So the carbon fiber model is just designed to reduce any flexion in the scope. Any movement is going to be mitigated. So with this telescope, the back part here, hopefully you can see my mouse. I don't know if you can see the mouse. So the back part has the large 8-inch primary mirror. Up at the front, there is a smaller secondary mirror, which beams all those images back to this camera. And then everything is transported from the ASI Air onto our screen. You can see it. Okay, good. Your uncle is a ham radio operator. He is serious, almost pro. You remember him saying that you can bounce your radio signal off the moon to contact the ISS. You thought it was cool as hell. You can. There's the ISS broadcast is known, and I can't remember if it was Uncle Bill or if it was Third Rock Astronomy or someone else who was mentioning about listening in to the open broadcast from the ISS with their ham radio. I think that is pretty cool as well, to be able to utilize satellite signals to listen in on the ISS. Now the ISS passes over; it does an orbit of our Earth every 90 minutes. At the moment, where are we at with seeing the ISS? At least there are a few apps that will tell you when the ISS is going to be passing. So right now, in its orbit, we only get to see it once a night. So it'll let you know where it's going to emerge from, how long it's going to be in the sky, where you're going to see it. All right, you got a ton of newbie questions, but you save them for the Discord. Well, let's see. Well, we'll be here for a little bit. I feel like at this point we are kind of, as long as the guiding is going to hold up, and as long as the clouds aren't going to be rolling in, I will be keeping an eye on the telescope, because this image that we're capturing right now, this galaxy, there is no automatic stopping point for this one. It's a different program run, so while we can do our live stack and get a better image with each capture, the other way to store images, pardon me, isn't as interesting as what we're doing right now. So if you do have anything pressing that you feel, Ben Hazards, by all means, ask away. There is more than just me in here that does astrophotography, and we're all at different levels. I feel that I've had enough time to say that I am okay with many things, but there are still many facets of astrophotography that no, I still don't have a great deal of experience with. So, but there is our Discord just in case people aren't on there, and that's okay. If you don't jump on Discord, that is all right, because I know that some people are in multiple Discords, and holy potatoes, it can be a nightmare to navigate some of them. In the sense that you just get notifications from all over the place, and it's hard to be in 5,000 places at once. Now, the ISS does a thing where they broadcast an image through ham or something as well. Interesting. You get a postcard. It's kind of a ham radio achievement from what I've heard. Oh, that sounds cool. You know people. I would imagine, Uncle Bill, you know who don't. I think the list of who you don't know is probably shorter, right? I just had two brief blackouts of power. Power company is conspiring against you, even your stream viewing. Oh no, Sim. See, okay. Oh. Knock on wood. I have no wood. It has been a while since we've had a power cut here. Being out in the country, the way how the power grid goes is like something like miles down the road can conk everything out. But so far it's been okay. If for any reason ever the stream does cut out, chances are it is a power failure. But there have also been times, because I'm on satellite internet and it can be temperamental sometimes, for the most part it's held up very well. That being said, if things do conk out, then there isn't a great deal that I can do beyond silently cursing the internet company. I actually got to talk with an astronaut that spent time on the ISS. Oh, that's awesome. With whom? I know there are receiver dongles you can plug into your computer USB port, and receive images from the National Oceanic Weather Stats also. That's kind of cool. Your level of knowledge is happy that the telescope turns on and makes pretty pictures. I like the pretty pictures too. I really do. You don't really know much about it. Changmania was doing it one night. It was pretty cool, but ham is Greek to me. Ham is good with cheese and lettuce and mayo. That's what you're after. You need to walk before you can run, and do not want to waste your money chasing that. That's true. In terms of you don't want. I'm hungry too. There could be a lot of humming and hawing for what you want to spend your money on, but then it also depends on what your goals are going to be. For what I'm doing, having a color camera is great because we can show everybody color pictures of outer space. Now, for the most part, galaxies aren't that colorful with this kind of filter. It is a broadband filter. It doesn't isolate every aspect of a galaxy. So if we wanted to see something in color, speaking of the International Space Station, this is the International Space Station as it goes through a 10-minute exposure. Have I ever looked at my internet satellite? No. Although, to be fair, it's not truly like orbital satellite. My satellite internet is one of these. There we go. That's the top of my 80-foot tower. And then a bird nests upon it. Good morning, Thor. How are you doing? Oh my goodness, is it morning for you? Holy potatoes. Well, if I'm out at this time, that only means one thing. Do we have how the sky is doing? I was going to say we got clear skies. With this, things might be. No, we're still good. Still guiding. Oop, sugar lumps. What did you image today? King of maple syrup. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, the EQ6R and the ASI Air are 90% of your success. Also, the ASI 183 MC Pro. I would say those three, like, have for astrophotography. Put most of your money. You can't even see this. Put most of the money in your mount. Next up, a decent camera. But also, it depends on what telescope you're using for the camera as well. Those two things aren't always interchangeable. So there are tools online that will help you pick out what camera will work well with which telescope. This camera that we're using right now, the ASI 533, works really well with this larger telescope and the smaller refractor. So I kind of feel I lucked out with that one. Yes, it's been there have been some decent images rolling through tonight. We tried a couple of targets that didn't quite work out in the sense that we had a little bit of the internet tower get in the way. But we started off tonight with the Pinwheel Galaxy. We did about maybe 40 some odd minutes on this one, and this is a beautiful galaxy structure. Having a peek at those. Are you checking that out? It's so exclamation point kit on here. We'll actually bring up what we usually use on stream. Dream rate for guiding your total for your balcony is mostly 1 to 2 minutes. I mean, as long as it's stable. So I was saying this before. As long as your guiding is going to be stable,
Holy potatoes!
Then something like that I wouldn't be too fussed. So yeah, we started off with the Pinwheel Galaxy, but then we went over to a different type of galaxy. When we looked at a cluster, the Coma cluster of galaxies, ranging from about 250 to 420 some odd million light years away. the mass majority of everything in this image, save for this bright star, and some of these other dimmer stars, almost every other point of light is a galaxy with millions upon hundreds of millions upon billions of stars within everywhere. Like you look at this elliptical galaxy and there are other spiral, smaller satellite galaxies around it. We look at barred galaxies. And it's just everything in here, almost pretty much every other point of light, every little faint fuzzy is a galaxy. So I focused on, for the catalog, I focused on this one of these galaxies in here. I see Wiener. No. Oh man. All right, it was yeah, focused on IC 3998 as the kind of the central point for this cluster of galaxies. Or you could look at NGC 4894 or 4874. And even then, like, you could do a much wider field of view on the Coma cluster and get hundreds, if not thousands, of galaxies in a single shot. Sim, the EQ6R is overkill for your 61mm, but you have a C8. You need to get service that will also work on the mount, so it's all good for swapping around scopes. I think the EQ6R is a fantastic mount that will hold a fair amount of weight, and it will, it'll utilize a fair amount of telescope. So if I was to get a second mount, for the most part, it would be another EQ6R. If not, maybe trying out the AM5 from ZWO with their harmonic drive mount. Similar payload capacity, essentially, but just a different type of mechanism. The stream is suffering technical difficulties. If you happen to see a bearded Canadian jumping up and down and throwing rocks at clumps of dirt at a bird nesting on a satellite dish, then you have met Tom. Normal service will resume once he gets that damned bird. Yeah, that sounds about right. It makes sense that the mount would be the most important piece. I mean, there's like, even if you have like the best camera, the best telescope, if the mount can't support it, then none of that matters. So yeah, your mount has to be, if you're gonna, like, I know some people are like, no, I don't want this camera. No, but your mount has to be able to guide well enough to be able to track and be stable. So it's always not so much as a crapshoot. It's just it is kind of like the one rule that you'd want to have for astrophotography. And with that, you go to bed. No worries, Alex. Have a good evening. Wonderful to have you in here. I appreciate you popping by, hanging out with us tonight. Have a good sleep. The mount and what you drive with, in your case the ASIR, is super important to your quality of life with astronomy. Let the hardware do the hard work so you can actually enjoy it. There are some people, harumphers, as Tony Darnell had said, and thinking that, no, you can't use a go-to telescope. You can't automatically plate solve. You need to suffer for your craft. You need to be able to enjoy the night sky as quickly as possible. You want to be able to be turning your scope on and start to get the camera cooled down, or just have everything running and you hit a couple of buttons and you get to enjoy your target that you're imaging. You want to see something cool. You want you want the telescope to know where it's pointing, and you see something awesome like this, like the Orion Nebula. Now, this is a very, very bright area of the night sky. It's a stellar nursery, and these stars, the trapezium is what is forming is what's forming this bowl in outer space. This is about 1,400 light years away from us. It is the most closest nebula that you can see it with your own eyes. When you look up at the three stars of Orion, Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka, there is a little bright fuzziness below that belt. That is this whole nursery, this whole area of stars being born and formed. And it is the perfect target for beginners. It is an awesome target for experienced astrophotographers because there's so many different levels within this single target where you want to get the dark dust lanes, but you also want to get the gases, the hydrogen alpha, the oxygen 3 that you can start to see in here. You also want to be able to keep this cluster, the trapezium, in focus. You don't want to blow out the core and make it too bright. So you have to take different lengths of exposures. Kindo dude. Or is it kinda dude? What up, dude? How are you doing? Can you shout out Googling dark skies map? It's a world map showing the best places for the least amount of light pollution for stargazing. As you may guess, the ocean is the best. This is true. Now we were looking at at this one, lightpollutionmap.info, showing that they're, aside from looking up at like national parks in between Scotland and England, there really aren't a great deal of areas where you're going to escape light pollution. But there are filters, there are cameras you can utilize that will help you combat light pollution. There's just different avenues you just have to take around there. So if you're looking into what is going to be some good areas for imaging, obviously the less populous, the better it's going to be. Now you see, for the most part, Eastern United States and southern Canada have like the largest areas of population. But the farther north you start to go, you can start getting into lower levels of light pollution. Algonquin Park, more labeled as a portal 2 because you still have some surrounding areas. You go a little farther north. You go into the Northwest Territories, the Iqaluit. That's it. Having to be slightly creative with the setup tonight because 2 hours ago it dumped over an inch of rain at your location. Now the sky is clear, but running cables through a swamp. See, that's the one thing is what I like about a storm is you get that high pressure system that follows behind it, and you can get some spectacularly clear skies, like ridiculously clear skies. Thor, by the way, got an answer from the telescope service staff. They highly recommend off-axis guiding for a focal length greater than 1 meter. So in combination with your statement, you think you'll go with an OAG. I am looking at an OAG as well. I was speaking with the guys over at Ontario Telescope and Accessories. And Steve has some items in stock, and there are also a lot of items that are difficult to come by. Sorry, I had a weird sense of deja vu looking at this point on the map. That's weird. It's very familiar. Time travel. Anyway, you love the pick of the Orion Nebula. It's a fantastic target. And again, the more time you can spend on certain targets, the more details you can start to resolve. Same target, the Orion Nebula, but you can see that central core. You can't see the stars that are in there because there's such high energy going on with and such brightness with this cluster of stars. It starts to wash everything out, but you get all of this other beautiful nebulosity from the surrounding areas. That's quite the distance travel for dark skies. If you're lucky to go and it would rain the entire time. That's Again, we are combating the weather at every turn. And right now, I think we're like 2 in the morning, and we still have some decent skies going on. We still have some good guiding. Everything is working out. We have 39 minutes of time on this target. So I think I've already collected more time than I thought I was going to with M106. And so we're probably like a little over an hour, which is good. Adding another hour to this whole data set is beneficial. Savvy, good morning. How are you? Good to see you. It's nice to see our UK and European friends joining us this morning for a fairly rare event for the long late evening stream. But I appreciate you guys tuning in just as you're getting up, starting your day. But hopefully all is well with you, Savvy. What's your favorite exposure time for your guiding camera? You go for mostly 1 to 3 seconds. It's 2 or 3 seconds. If it's getting a little cloudy, or maybe if we do a little bit of high level clouds rolling in and out, yeah, I'll go 3 seconds for my guiding. Because if you go, I think if you're going like 1 second, you're almost chasing pixels around. And then again, if you're doing like longer than depending on the mount, if you start doing like 5 seconds, I feel there's a better chance for more error happening. But yeah, everything is going well. We have, like I said, we got clear skies, and taking advantage of that because it has been way too long since we've had a really good night for astrophotography. We had some really good images come in earlier. That's not one of them. But one of the other targets we went after. Now we had a quick encounter with the Horsehead Nebula, but also the internet tower. Some of the steel girders had blocked our field of view, so we had one exposure of the Horsehead, and that was it. There we go. That's a better one. Going after just a fun asterism is the 37 cluster. Mostly 2 seconds exposure, gain 80, and the mount rate 70.75. I did a great job for your balcony. See, I've rarely mucked about with the guiding rate. Again, that's one of those things of talking about experimenting, and then not wanting to experiment too much, because if you muck up like the whole system, then getting it back can be frustrating as well. But to look at a cluster of stars as the number 37, but then head out to the 37 cluster what was the number of the 37 cluster? The 37 cluster. Where is Orion? 37 cluster, NGC 2169.
Astro Canuck, you will find 1 credit for violation of the Verbal Morality Statute.
Horsehead.
Savvy. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you. Much appreciated. And with our every increment of 50 bits, these are the first 2 peanuts of the night. First 2 ghost pepper peanuts of the 50 bits each. Thank you, Savvy. Divulga Natura. Oh my god. hosting. Thank you so much for the host. Hello, Spain. Good to see you. I do that twofold. One, kind of hungry. Two, I gotta honor what I do. Every 50 bits, we'll eat a ghost pepper peanut. Lava Lamp, you'd be very surprised if you woke up with a Horsehead Nebula in your bed. We have taken some other images of the, pardon me, of the Horsehead Nebula. And it turned out, well, much better until the mount hit the balcony. I think this is a bit of a better example of the Horsehead Nebula. What a good breakfast. Ghost pepper peanuts. Part of a complete breakfast. And then everything just burns. Natura, thank you so much for the host once again. You got milk nearby? No. No, I don't. Which makes it even worse. So this was about 45 minutes on the Horsehead Nebula. Save for like the last exposure where the telescope started bumping into the glass on the balcony. But what was again one of my more favorite images that came out of the evening so far has been this globular cluster. This is the Intergalactic Wanderer. Now, it looks very tiny compared to M13. This is the exact same focal length. But this globular cluster, this collection of stars, is 27,000 light years away. Relatively nearby within the spiral arms of our galaxy. Whereas this globular cluster, the Intergalactic Wanderer, is 300,000 light years away from the galactic center. It takes this cluster 3 billion years to circumnavigate our galaxy. One galactic year for Earth, one trip around the galaxy is about 250 million years. This is one of the farthest globular clusters in our galactic area, farther than the large and small Magellanic clouds visible from the southern hemisphere. You're salivating at the mention of ghost pepper peanuts. You'll gladly give your gastrointestinal tract shock because they sound delicious. They are. They're also freaking spicy for once those first ones hit. But also we have for larger amounts of bits, we have these, the Packy Haunted Ghost Peppers. Equally delicious, equally as hot. But those come with at other moments, other redeems. Your dad would like spicy peanuts, not necessarily ghost pepper ones. Ghost pepper ones, that they are, it's a little excessive. Something maybe a habanero or a jalapeno. We get that nice combo of heat and tasty. You could dip it in chili hummus. That wouldn't be too bad. But the ridiculous thing that we like to do is either we will put a little bit of the sweeter Reaper, pineapple and Carolina Reaper. Nothing too ridiculous. Sweet yet spicy. And holy potatoes! Selena, Hi, Selena. Oh my goodness. Selena, how are you doing? Welcome in, Lucius Greystone. Plur Ninja. Hurts so good. Capsaicin JT. Hey, I like your name. How's it going? Hecky May, what's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. Lotus, how's it going? My goodness, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for bringing the community over. How's it going tonight? What'd you guys get up to? Doing a little bit of Mass Effect. Oh, we were talking about Mass Effect the other day. Oh, welcome in. Loku, Capsaicin, Eric Director, thank you guys so much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. How's everybody doing tonight? My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And on this channel, we're doing exactly what I love to do. Sharing live images of outer space. Here in my backyard in central Ontario, Canada. Right now, we are currently, this isn't the target we are imaging at the moment. But this is one of our previous images from tonight. But yeah, thank you so much, Selena, for bringing everybody in. My goodness. Yeah, so you guys also want to go check out Selena's stream as well. A fantastic community, a wonderful, wonderful personality. And we have said hello to Selena before a few times, so it's it's always good to see in here. So thanks so much. Brother Trucker, what's going on?
Astro Canuck, you will find 1 credit for violation of the Verbal Morality Statute.
Greet them with peanuts.
Greet them with peanuts. Oh. Saint Azazel. Oh my goodness. Saint Azazel, thank you very much for the 100 bits. And yes, every 50-bit increment, we do ingest some of the ghost pepper peanuts. Or at least a peanut worth. That's close enough for those. If they're half, we get 2. Selena is exploring stars too, but with hot blue aliens and space magic. Ooh. Saint Azazel, thank you very much for the 100 bits. So also what we do on this channel, every Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we do have our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. So yes, I do build Lego sets. Try to keep them space-based. As space-based as possible. Sometimes there'll be other nerdy bits, other geeky sci-fi pop culture Lego sets. Saint Azazel, thank you. Well, I am enjoying them because I'm slightly hungry. Les my La Blood Kith. Oh, if I'm mucking up your name, I apologize. Gonna head to sleep since you work later in the morning. Have a wonderful rest of the stream. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for joining in today. And thank you so much for the follow as well. Glad to have you in here. So yes, we are choking on a ghost pepper peanut. But so happy to be having some clear skies tonight. Oh boy. It's delicious. So this is my view of my backyard this morning. I am in rural Ontario. I have very little neighbors, very little light pollution. So taking images of outer space is kind of a no-brainer. But I've been doing this for about 4.5 years for astrophotography. And we've been on Twitch since last September. And sharing images of outer space is what I love to do. And right now we are currently imaging a galaxy 25 million light years away. And hopefully it looks like everything is still working. I Googled about the intergalactic space because you were curious. The vast voids between galaxies can stretch millions of light years across. And may appear empty. But these spaces actually contain more matter than galaxies themselves. If you look in a cubic meter, there would be less than one atom in it. Michael Schull, an astronomer of the University of Colorado, Boulder, told Live Science. But when you add it all up, it's somewhere between 50 and 80% of all the ordinary matter out there. There is, every day, Earth plows through 40 million tons of debris. And most of them are burned up in the atmosphere. The occasional little meteorite will land on Earth. But you'd think in the 4.5 billion trips around the sun, Earth would have gobbled up all of that debris. But because there is so much space in space that there is still always bits of dust and debris that are still going to make it through. Do I have any tattoos? I got a couple. There are a few tattoos. I have this one commemorating my love of poker and one of the logos from the professional wrestling company I used to work with. Earth is losing weight. You think gaining some rocks and dust, but losing more from the atmosphere. It is a constant give and take. When asteroids hit Earth or hit Mars or hit the moon, they will lose some material and we will gain some of their material. We didn't have to go to the moon to collect moon rocks. They do land on Earth. Same thing with Martian rocks. They will land on Earth as well. So perhaps a certain level of panspermia was what actually brought us to Earth. Perhaps we were originally Martians. There's nothing supporting that at all, at least from my end of things. But still, there is the debris that is ejected off planet. Caleb, am I going to be on for much longer? Well, I am going by what the sky is telling me. It could be another hour. It could be another 30 minutes. Right now, we got clear skies. I'm rolling with it. It has been so long. It looks like more of the forecasts are showing that we are getting clouds coming in around what time was it? Like maybe 3-ish, 3:30. I drive past the crater when you go to Whitby that was hit by an asteroid. Oh, awesome. Wow. Let's go. Actually, funny enough, Canada has like the most amount of craters if you look around the map. Lotus Jans, man. Lotus, thank you so much for the follow. I don't get to hang out every often, so I'm okay. I'm going to squeeze every second. Squeeze it. Squeeze those seconds. The 5.5 times 10 to the 7th power kilogram annual net loss is essentially due to 100,000 tons lost due to atmospheric escape, an average of 45,000 tons gained from infalling dust and meteorites. He's dusty out there. So we are looking at a galaxy right now, well, as it was 25 million years ago. It has taken light 25 million years to reach this sensor on our camera. More fresh squeeze seconds. Get your fresh squeeze seconds here. Seconds. Squeeze them seconds. Canada has a lot of craters. You mean lack of Stanley Cup victories? Hey, you're right. How do we know how old they all are? How old? All right, everybody, you've tried Harry. Now try Harry Light. Less filling, more great taste. How you doing, Harry? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh no, Biff! It is a. It's ghost pepper. No, it's true. So yes, they can be. Hubble will can measure them by their by the red or blue shift, depending on nearby objects can be measured by parallax measurement, where you can tell how how fast something is spinning, how much the light shifts from red to blue. And it's not like they're not like instantaneous measurements. They do take it does take time to get the details. Sorry for the peanuts, but you do love the spicy live image streams. I appreciate it. No. It's I wouldn't eat it if I didn't want to. It's like I was saying, I was mentioning before, we have our Sweeter Reaper. And that is part of the world's worst bowl of cereal. But we also have the next spicy level up, our 7-pot dougla. This is a specific one. It is only in the event of 777 bits that I will ingest this one, because it freaking hurts. But then we have Mr. Pain. Mr. Pain. Mr. Pain hurts. Now, there's a slight bit of flavor on here, and then everything else is just it's just rip your mouth to shreds. Those ones are very specific bit thresholds, because I had something different, and yeah, I paid for it. I paid for it. So I will honor different levels, but they also hurt. It is redacted. I redacted my brains out the next day. You should not have told you about the hot sauce. Have anything for gifted subs? Gifted subs at the moment, no. However, if we do reach that goal by the 17th of April, there will be an instant head shave. But those are some of the things that we do on here. But as always, I do appreciate the time that people spend here. I've said it before, it is the most valuable commodity you can offer up. You can't get time back. We can always do what we can to make a little more money back. But it's the time spent here that I greatly appreciate from everybody. So with this this image, actually, we've added a bit more time on here. Speaking of time. So this is Messier 106, a spiral galaxy in Canis Venatici. It is in amateur telescopes. M106 is a fine, bright magnitude 8.4 galaxy. Its modeled, concentrated central region contains a core with a bright, non-stellar nucleus. The outer halo is much fainter and more diffuse. Hints of a spiral structure can be glimpsed in the form of two brighter extensions from the central region, out from the halo. And we can highlight that a little more. So it's these brighter regions they're talking about. We can ramp things up a little bit, amplifying some of the noise in the image. What if we have... No, skies are still looking all right. Been on all night while you've been sleeping. It's like I'll take advantage of the clear skies. It's what I want to do. It's how I want to share interesting images of outer space with people. Your honest opinion, you can do this every night. It's good to have quality content in the home office in the morning. Happy to provide a chilled place to hang out in and just have on, even if I'm background noise. I appreciate being your background noise. What can I put on to make you not appreciate background noise? We could do that. Does that count? Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Perhaps. Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you. I like to have a chilled out place to hang out in. And I also appreciate everybody else who holds a very chilled atmosphere as well, with a little bits of chaos as well. You know, it's kind of helps push the day along, right? You think aliens from globular clusters are looking down at us thinking, damn, look at them cool kids in their full-size galaxy. Possibly. Maybe. Perhaps we're the aliens. Am I using dithering while guiding, or why'd you get an error of... Yes, I am dithering. Every 3 images. Wizard Guru, how are you doing? Good to see you in here. Welcome in. Once again, for those of you who are new to the channel, I welcome you in, as I just said, to Wizard Guru and others. My name is Tom, I am Astro Canuck, and we are taking live images of outer space. This is a galaxy 25 million light years away, M106, discovered by, or cataloged by Charles Messier. And we're just kind of looking at the, expanding some of the details in this galaxy. Overall, yes, making the, not amplifying some of the errors that will crop up in this image. What does it mean to dither every 3 images? Dithering is a process when you're taking images of outer space. Here, let me let me just over exaggerate something over here. Now you can see, this is a color camera we're using, so you can see how everything isn't quite an even dark color. It's mottled with a little bit of greens and blues and reds. And even we'll get some areas there. These blue dots are hot pixels in the camera. When you dither, it will slightly move the mount north, south, east, and or west. But when you stack the images on top of each other, the stars are used as the cardinal points to align your image. And more of the background noise gets averaged out. Exactly. Now, you can dither every image, or you can dither every 3 images like I'm doing right now, or every 5, every 10, depending on what you're doing. Dithering is going to add a little bit of time to your imaging session. Now, if you don't dither, the thing that crops up, it's called walking noise, and while you're tracking the sky counter to Earth's rotation to make sure that these stars are staying pinpoint with your guide scope. Now, if you start just without dithering and you take like hours worth of images and you stack it all up, all of the stars in the galaxy, everything that needs to align will align, but all of the noise will just be in one single line as it crosses the sky. So you get that walking noise. That is just the background noise of your camera. That is just, it can't get averaged out because it never was averaged out to begin with. So that's why you'll sometimes see quotes like "dither or die," and well, if no one is going to come to your your imaging site and beat the snot out of you because you aren't dithering. It just means that it's more work for you afterwards for your post-processing. Sometimes dithering is a real pain when it does take a long time for the mount to get settled. That's the flip side of things. It can really start to stack up. No pun really intended, but you add you're doing like 100 images in a night, and if you're dithering after every image, that's at least 5 seconds between each image. You are waiting for the telescope to settle down and take the images, and then pause again and take the images. And especially if you're doing maybe 10-minute exposures, if you're being really adventurous, it's going to add more time, and you can end up running overtime, and depending on how the software you got set up, it's not going to, you're not going to finish your imaging session, and it'll just end up stalling. And you're just kind of taking, your camera is waiting to settle, and it's not going to, and you don't get to finish the imaging session. What's up, Harry Light? How are you doing? Good morning, Werewolf. How you doing? Just a small hello before your workday starts. Well, good to see you in here. Hopefully all has been well with you. Glad to have you in here today, even if it is just for that little hello before you get off to work. Good to see you. We have been taking advantage. It's clear skies. We're just going as long as possible. Or until I'm like, forget it, I gotta go to bed. Although we are going out for breakfast tomorrow. Although it's technically today. So far all I've eaten is a couple of ghost pepper peanuts. I've never begged for bits before. I'm not going to start. If some of the noise is permanent due to hot pixels, as you say, can you calibrate some of them out by taking pictures of the lens cap and such? You sound like you have a very good grasp of everything here. So yes, as Althor is saying, it is called dark frames. You can do your dark frames as well as your bias, where you're going to take as quick of an exposure with the camera as possible, so it can kind of help with any of the vignetting. Hope the same for me. Yes, all good. We'll try to take a sun pick in May on your break if the sky is still clear. Well, hopefully you can, Werewolf. We're still angling toward getting a solar scope for the stream. Would love your son to see your stream. He's very interested in space. He's 7. I am very interested in space. I am old and going on younger. Wizard Guru, happy to answer any questions you may have. Like I said, we're looking at a galaxy right now that is 25 million light years away. We have also imaged targets that are a little closer to home. This one is a little closer, at only 300,000 light years away. But we also we complain about the moon a great deal when it is in our way. But we'll also take some images of the moon as well, and trying to get a close-up look at the Tycho crater, or Tycho crater, whichever way you want to pronounce it, named after the Dutch astronomer. And looking at the moon when it's full, it's nice because you can see the entire disk of the full moon. But when it is in that waning, it's in the waxing or waning phase, you can start to see the depth of some of the craters. And realizing that something like the Tycho crater is about 93 miles in diameter. So even if you hopped in your car and jumped on the moon, it's going to take you about an hour to traverse this entire crater. Flat frames too. Flat frames are very important to get rid of any dust motes and any vignetting. Now, I haven't always taken flat frames. To be fair, it has been a while since I've really been putting together any images where I require these subframes. Although the other week, I did take my flat frames, so I am prepared for part of an imaging session that hopefully we'll get some decent images coming through once we do the post-processing. That's no moon. It's a moon. You only take darks, then again, you can't be motivated to process your live stacks yet. I mean, sometimes it always feels like a process. I mean, like I enjoy taking these live images and just sharing them like right away. Another section of the moon, looking at the darker areas, the mare, as they were named by Italian astronomers, where we have the Sea of Tranquility and Tranquility Base, where the Apollo 11 landing site was. You can't resolve the landing site with ground-based telescopes because it's too small of an area. These craters here, 6 and 10 miles across. So you're looking at something that is maybe like a couple of meters wide in this area. There isn't enough resolving power in ground-based telescopes. Lunar images from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, you can get those and do some processing on that. Saying you prefer the live stacking and not bothered with the fits off stream yet. The only image right now, actually, no, I don't even know if I stacked the images. The only one that that had turned out really well was the Pleiades, and that was purely by chance for a live stack image that ended up turning out fairly interesting, I'd say. Where is the... Where is... There was this image of the Pleiades from a 4-hour live stack. And that's like the only one that I've done. I was like, oh, that's actually... I'm fairly proud of that image. And that was using a narrowband filter as well on a broadband target. So again, highlighting how useful the skies are without light pollution. That you can get reflection nebulae using a very narrowband filter. So I worked pretty hard to get that detail coming out. And until I get more time with the Pleiades with the broadband filter, then yeah, that's all I'm probably going to get out of this one for now. Does a rock trajectory have to be from a line through the axis to leave those nice round craters? No, actually, the proper term for what is it? Dang, there is a word for it. Because these meteors are traveling at such speed, even if they hit the moon at an angle, they're still going to leave a round crater. Because they're coming in at such a velocity that essentially their angle doesn't equate to like a long kind of crater or anything like that. It is, boom, hits the moon at such a speed that it just ends up being this round impact crater in the end. There was it was Neil deGrasse Tyson. I had heard this from, I can't remember which one of the Star Talk podcasts he was talking about it, but he described the exact terminology of how these craters are from any angle that a meteor is hitting the moon will just create a rounded crater. The rings around come from the filter that I'm using, and that's that's oxygen 3 channel in the green. It will do that with a color camera. A little annoying, but we kind of deal with it, live with it. Which the same thing will happen with like in the Christmas tree. Just passing by. You got it ready for work. Have a great stream, everyone, and glad to see the skies are clear. And enjoy breakfast. Well, thank you, Savvy. Appreciate you. Appreciate you joining in today. So, whereas if we're using they're a little less prevalent when using a refractor telescope, because we're not going to get as many stars that are that have a greater level of zoom. You get a wider field of view. It can be a little more forgiving unless you have some really, really bright stars in those images. So let's jump back to our imaging for a moment. Make sure that everything is happy chappy. It looks like, it's still, things are still imaging. Things are still humming along.
Astro Canuck, you will find 1 credit for violation of the Verbal Morality Statute.
Suspense. Well, thank you very much. A supreme first-time chat message. Appreciate the 100 bits. On to the spike of appreciation for you. Welcome in. And that also is, well, it's a bit of snack time with a couple of ghost pepper peanuts for every 50 bits. Appreciate it. Also, because I'm kind of hungry. Maybe because it's late at night that they hurt more. More fresh squeezed imaging seconds. Fresh squeezed daily. Oh my. So. Yeah, they just hurt. I appreciate the 100 bits. I really, really do. My tongue at the moment is nah. But you're hungry. I know. So these little areas here, no. Oh my gosh. I would just have to drink the bottle of hot sauce. I would dump the hot sauce in the bag of peanuts. These dark dust lanes, much like when you can see the Milky Way in our galaxy, you can kind of see the darker areas. That's the same thing that would be seen from planets in this galaxy. These little brighter pockets, these are areas of star formation, like when we were looking at the Orion Nebula. And so this galaxy is Messier 106, cataloged by Charles Messier back in the 1700s. It is 25 million light years away. and is receding at 537 kilometers per second. It may be a member of the Ursa Major cloud, a loose agglomeration of galaxies which also include M108 and 109. Since the 1950s, M106 has been known as a source of radio emission and appears much larger in radio radiation than in visible light. It's also a Seyfert galaxy due to unusual emission lines in its spectrum discovered by Carl Seyfert in 1943. We now suspect that matter in the galaxy is falling into a supermassive black hole at its center. This massive object contains a mass of 40 million suns within a volume of about 1/24th to 1/12th of the light years in radius. The dense, dark disk around this object works as a water maser, i.e. a microwave laser. Seen in the 22 gigahertz line of the H2O, evidences of warm, dense molecular gas. Water masers are useful to observe accretion disks around the nuclei of active galaxies. So this is a very interestingly shaped galaxy as well, because you have the internal structure, but if we kind of brighten things up a little bit, you can see some of the outer envelope of the galaxy, some of the looser collection of stars around there. Setzer Bomb. What's going on, Setzer? How you doing? Setzer. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the observatory. Dense Dark Disk is a good album name. That wouldn't be too bad. Did people still own vinyl? Has vinyl made a resurgence? Is vinyl back? Did it ever really leave? So, the filter that we are using tonight is a broadband filter, letting in as much of the visible spectrum as possible in the electromagnetic spectrum, from cosmic rays down to radio waves. We can only see a small little portion of the visible spectrum, of the electromagnetic spectrum. Ultraviolet light, we suffer its effect in the form of sunburns. Infrared, we feel that as warmth on our skin. We feel the heat from lights. We feel the heat from the sun. We can only see the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. With astrophotography, there is light pollution in the yellow, green, a little bit of the blue. So the filter that we're using lets through more light around this end of the spectrum, cuts out most of this, and then comes back in around the 640 nanometer range, letting in most of the light that we can see this broadband spectrum from. Well, hello there. Ari Deacon wife, how's it going? Welcome. How are you doing tonight? This image link, it was Thor. It was just off of the Goog, El Google. It is not mine. I have not developed it. There was one that I was using before, but this is as free to use. Yes, welcome in, Raiders. How is everybody doing tonight? As soon as Ari Deacon wife comes in with some sound, we'll give a proper welcome. But in the meantime, glad to have you in here. We are taking some live images of outer space. Sunny Q1, Sunny, Sunny? How you doing? Saved. All right, excellent. Hey, glad I can help where I can. Ebsta, what's going on? How you doing? Just got up. Sunique 1. Thank you. Can we say Sue? Well, glad to have you all in here today. We are doing some live astrophotography. It is my goodness, it has been an amazing evening so far. Originally, the skies were clear up until about 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. It is currently almost 3 in the morning. We still have some clear skies. I'm not going to fight it. We have, pardon me, we have had very few evenings with clear skies and just taking as much advantage of it as possible. You're back. Hello.
Astrophotography, you will find 1 credit for violation of the verbal morality statute.
Hope I can help with these little bitties to stop being hungry, at least a little bit, XD.
Astrophotography,
Sorry.
you will find 1 credit for violation of the verbal
Ari
morality
Deacon.
statute.
Oh my goodness. Thank you both very much for the 100 bits each. On to the spike of appreciation for you both. And we'll take in some ghost pepper peanuts. There is the 100 and the you get some bonus nuts. Thank you so much.
Follow mission control. Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth's team is on station here in the Mission Operations Control Room, ready to assume the control of this flight at clearance.
Absa, 2 weeks of sunshine. Oh my goodness, Wizard Guru. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Greatly appreciated.
The pilot got in launch control. We're just past the 26-minute mark in the count. T-minus 25 minutes, 53 seconds and counting.
I will get your
Still
name
proceeding very satisfactorily.
on the spike at the completion of our hype train.
Astronaut Blake Baldwin and Neil Steve.
And your yard is really dark. Well, we got some dark skies here tonight. Telescope we're still imaging.
Each one of these thrusters is capable of
Wow.
100 pounds of thrust. There are 16 of them.
Pardon me.
Located
Holy
Well, this hype
potato.
train is going on.
the service market.
But Ari Deacon Life, thank you so much for the raid. Glad to have your community in here tonight.
The countdown still proceeding satisfactorily.
Find 1 credit for violation.
It picked up at the T-minus 9 hour mark at 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight last evening.
Thank you very much for the 100 bits. Oh my god, well this probably sounds really weird in headphones at the moment. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. We'll collect peanuts and spike impairments at the completion of the hype train.
And the liquid hydrogen fuel aboard the second and third stages.
It has been a fantastic evening tonight. So to have this much time with the clear skies, and as always, it is my pleasure to bring you images of the night sky, to show you something different in outer space that perhaps you just can't see from your neck of the woods. Maybe it's just due to light pollution. Perhaps you don't own a telescope. Maybe you want to start in astrophotography.
The pilots were joined by 2 of their colleagues at breakfast.
There are many of us out in here that do love to do astrophotography and are more than happy to share our stories and share any insight that we may have to be able to improve your enjoyment of the night sky. And as always, feel free to ask as many questions as possible because we are happy to help. And for astrophotography, nobody's here. You can't win astrophotography. You can only just help enjoy more people, have fun with outer space, and take a look at something different. Look at the moon. Look at the globular cluster. look at the constellation and say, holy potatoes, I know what's in there. I know how far away these objects are. Mop garden! Oh my goodness! Prepare your buckets and mops. The mop garden attacks. Welcome in, Raiders. You caught us at the beginning of a hype train. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us today. Cheesy, Aggie, Inzy NL, thank you all so much for the follows. Like I said, at the completion of this hype train, we'll impale our receipts on our we'll put the receipts on the receipt. Oh my gosh. We'll eat our ghost pepper peanuts, but thank you all so much for bringing us up to this level 1 hype train. Liz Mop Garden, thank you so much for bringing your community. That's the Geo mission. We got cameras on that one. DK, thank you so much. Yes, that is the hello message that was sent back from the Juno mission. So, their hello is your hello.
21 minutes, 55 seconds.
Yes, thank you all so much for bringing us up for start as that 1 hype train. It's just my pleasure to be able to share images of the night sky, so greatly appreciate it. Once again, I will thank Mop Garden for coming in with the wonderful raid. So thank you so much. At the completion of this hype train, we will resume our imaging session, taking a look at a galaxy.
Oh my goodness. Saint Azazel.
I don't know how to make it just 777, but I want that sauce.
Oh my goodness. Saint Azazel, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Oh my goodness. All right, Wizard Guru. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Greatly appreciated. Oh my, okay, you request the 777. That one here is the second hottest sauce that we have. And yes, that goes on. All right. Ari Deacon Games, for you, for the 100 bits. We'll do a haunted ghost pepper chip, more than a peanut. It's 3 in the morning. Let's eat some spicy food. Mop Garden, thank you so much for bringing in your community. Hello, everybody. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I will eat spicy food because it's delicious. I'm hungry, and it's funny. But we are taking live images of outer space. This is my telescope. No, the International Space Station isn't my telescope. But this is my telescope in my back garden. Eggplant delivery guy. Yes. We are taking live images of outer space. This is a galaxy 25 million light years away, known as Messier 106, cataloged by the astronomer Charles Messier. Data Center Traveler, thank you very much for the follow, and everybody who has followed as well during the raid, greatly appreciated. Ari Deacon on that. There you go. onto the spike of appreciation. So, yeah, for the 777 bits and the 1,000.
Nine forward. 40 feet
Saint
down, 2.5.
Hazel.
Picking up some dust. 4 forward, drifting to the right a little. We copy you down, Eagle. Listen, Tranquility Base.
That's a bit of a wimpy chip.
Tranquility, we copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
How are your skies looking on the 31st? I'm not sure. All right, these are all terrible chips. There we go. That's better. Saint Azazel. Oh my gosh. It smells like it smells like black pepper and gasoline. So yes, we do double down on the spice. It's like a thick kind of chocolatey paste. That's an odd combination. I know, right? Artemis 1 launching soon. Pumped on that. Yes, we have been watching the rollout, and got a little bit to talk about that in a second. But this is some hot shit. Oh, I swore. That's my one. Saint Azazel. Just in time for breakfast. What's up? Within a foot. Saint Durr, you got a doctor's appointment in an hour, so you better head out. No worries. Thank you so much for joining in. All right, Durr, take care. Thank you. There we go. I feel that was there wasn't enough on there. Hang on, I'll tell you in a moment. It is like it's thick and like almost oh. Good morning, Rexy. How are you doing? Oh my God. Yeah, normally I'll bleep out when I say like that. Would the core of the sun taste spicy? It would probably be sweeter than this. Always good eating things that smell like gasoline. You can see, look, my lips hurt.
Water, 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 water. This the water, 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 water.
Oh, here, you want to laugh a little more, Saint Azazel? We're out of water. Ooh, I know what I have. I got iced coffee. I have cold brew coffee. That'll work. And only because the hydrate redeem was redeemed. Now, Saint Azazel, because that 777 bits was given in the form of 1,000 bits, I will be I'll give you a bowl of the world's worst cereal as recompense for your 1,000 bits. Sorry. And only because nope, this doesn't work. Nope. Oh, terrible idea, Tom. Raking life.
Okay.
All right, Geek and Wife, thank you so much for the lurk and bringing your community. Rexy, I apologize. Sundays is when we have our drop game. Today is just when I show you space and burn my face off. For it being the world's worst cereal, you sure do eat it a lot. Well, this is true. Rexy, oh, I want it all the days. I'm sorry. We do flip flop. No, I can't talk. We do flick flop. We go back and forth between Lego and astronomy. Although it's not to say that I don't have the. We don't have our Lego sets out. You'll just bop along. I appreciate it. Have we gotten a shout out, please, for Rex is a dinosaur? But Saint Azazel, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Wonderfully appreciated. Yes, check out if you want to check out another awesome Lego streamer. Go check out Rex is a dinosaur. Rexy is fantastic, wonderful to hang out and chat with. My face burns. What's going on, Lily? How you doing? Oh, good to see you. Yes, we're still going. We're still online. What kind of telescope camera do you have? If that's yeah, of course. My goodness, please ask away. This is. Oh boy. All right, let me adjust this a tiny little bit. So we are utilizing this camera, or this telescope. This is a 8-inch or a 200 and something millimeter diameter. Oh my god, my mouth is on fire. Saint Azazel, thank you, thank you. 8-inch diameter telescope, and this little camera up on top is our guide scope that lets us know, that lets the telescope guide on a star and making sure that everything is nice and everything is nice and accurate. We're using a Raspberry Pi computer from ZWO, controls this camera and the telescope mount, the EQ6R Pro from Skywatcher. The camera is an astronomy dedicated camera. It needs to be connected to a computer of some sort to be able to control, because there's no viewfinder on this one. Pardon me. That's Saint Azazel coming back up. Lily, you're good. You got a new persona. His name is Liam. He's brown and mint green femboy deer, small antlers. That brown and mint green color sounds like it looks really nice together. But good to see you. Wonderful to see you again. Hope you've been keeping well. You've seen the Huygens Optics video about the guy making tiny Kennedy Optics telescopes by hand in a single piece of glass with CubeSats. Huygens was so impressed that he kicked off a series of videos designing and making more of them. It's somewhere in my YouTube history for those tiny little telescopes. Suspense. Any questions that you guys have about astrophotography, My tongue is going numb. My lips are going numb. Things hurt. At least I got some snacks, so I do appreciate the snacks. I do appreciate it. Within a foot. That's for your hydrate redeem. Thank you. That's actually pretty good. For coffee without anything else in it. It's actually pretty good. Your voice, Sir Yogi Wan, your voice sounds posh at least. How do I come up with such a posh voice? I eat hot peppers until my face falls off and my falls out. All right, looks like we're having some mild issues.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Oh, which mustache? Speaking of posh, you want to talk about a posh voice? We have this mustache coming out to play. I think this is the voice we use for the mustache. It's a little strange at the moment with a numb tongue. Doranya, Doro. Hello, Doro. Welcome. How are you doing? Postro. Oh, yes, wonderful. Wonderful to be here tonight. Currently experimenting technical difficulties. Yeah, it's kind of hard to do that voice with a numb tongue. But Doranya, how are you doing? Can we get a shout out, please, for Doranya? And the Forgotten Astronaut. Holy potatoes, the gang's all here. How are you doing tonight? Forgotten Astronaut, good to see you. Oh my goodness. So we have been having a fantastic evening tonight with some live astrophotography. It has been, it is still, like, we're still going. The skies have not started to cloud over. Our guiding is a little, actually, no, to be fair, we're losing our guiding. All right, so we might be losing the skies. We'll see how this next exposure comes through. Just doing some more homework, but otherwise pretty chill. Excellent. Well, good to see you here, Doro. Wonderful to have you in today. We have been going for time, 6 hours. Holy potatoes. Taking a look at some awesome targets in the night sky tonight. Yeah, it's starting to haze over. I think we might be.
Holy potatoes.
I think if we are starting to lose the guide star, then clouds are starting to roll in. My potatoes' lips are very, very red. Oh, my goodness. So yeah, if you want to go check out Doranya and see some awesome cosplay and some wonderful art and also a fantastic Just Dance streams and just some relatively fun, chaotic, wonderful, awesome times, go check out Doranya. You want to hear some chilled synth vibes and wonderfully produced music live as soon as it happens, go check out the Forgotten Astronaut. See some awesome people here on Twitch. There aren't enough good things I can say about so many people that I see on Twitch, and it is just amazing. Someone's USB just unplugged. It's so awesome to see everybody sharing their love of what they are, what drives them, what's their passion. It's so awesome to see that. My mouth's on fire. Your dick's on fire. I'm gonna let that one slide. Oh my. Elias, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much for joining us. Last night you were at your boyfriend's house. We could see satellites with your naked eyes. I loved it since you live in the city. You can't see really much. You can't really see much. That's awesome. Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's the one. Who knew? Just the tip. Ask Dixon over there. They'll be able to help you out. Note to self: it's just exclamation tip. No, but thanks for joining us today. We are doing, like I said, we were doing live astrophotography. It appears that the clouds are starting to roll in. So, or are we guiding again? No, it's like. No, it looks like the, okay, it says we're guiding, but I don't believe it's following anything significant at the moment. And especially if the clouds are rolling in. I did see the image starting to get lighter, so that is indicating clouds are going to be impeding our view. But adding well over an hour onto this target, this galaxy, into this galaxy, it is I'm looking forward to processing this image. I just had clouds rolling. Yourself gave up for the night. Right now, that's the alias. That's what we have for our donations. We have regular subs and bits that you can choose to donate with, but it's kind of the avenues we have. But I appreciate the offer. You're attempting to get to this level. Currently working on an Arduino home build and saving up for an official setup. Started streaming some basic targets, asteroid hunting, and video games to fill. Was thinking about cool to co-stream with another astrophotographer one day. Get 2 images of the same target and try to do some live parallax measurements. That'd be kind of interesting. I think what we're aiming to do in the future is to have a little bit of a roundtable discussion, and that's where our Tuesday streams were going to be coming in for what I was calling the Astro's Potpourri. Some variety type days that we're going to have doing with astronomy type crafting and art, video games, and yeah, also kind of getting together, maybe having discussions with other astrophotographers. Whereas Friday nights we have our regular astronomy chat talking about just the space news and updates, what's going on, how much we hate clouds, as well as Saturdays where our aim needs to be our rainy day astronomy sessions, when we're going to be taking some images that we have acquired, processing them, seeing what details we can get. And Sunday mornings, as always, is our wonderfully fun Lazy Sunday Lego stream. And right now we're currently working on the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. We are like this far into the rocket. That's about as far as we got at the moment. But there's an awesome little gantry that you have assembled as well. So we'll continue that on Sunday morning. It'll probably be 2 or 3 more streams. I'd love to be a part of the roundtable discussion. Would love to have you. Like I said, I'll start to formulate some things in Discord, because the Tuesday is it's going to be a new edition, and things that we want to do to just expand beyond what we're doing with astrophotography, because we're not always going to have a very clear night, and maybe also, if possible, trying to get a bit of a virtual star party going on. So, but I know for something like that, it can be a little difficult sometimes, because weather isn't always going to cooperate. Astronomers and people of science alike should capitalize on this theoretical Shark Tank idea called Space Coin. It's a blockchain, whatever that is, and you can purchase star NFTs for a limited time.
Not too high on that one. But if other people are into it, that's fine. Nori Kitty, good morning. How are you? Imagine being up at 3:30 in the morning. How are things? Now, do we have any stars? No, we don't really have any stars back. I think the clouds have officially rolled in. My mouth still knows that 7. This is still doing things. It still hurts. Yep, we've had why awake so late? Because of this. We're awake because of, well, not because of the moon. The moon is actually, we're not going to see the moon tonight. We're awake because of this. Because of this. Because of 37. 37, that's the answer. That's why. Not 42, 37. Awake for trying to get a little bit of the Horsehead Nebula. The Orion Nebula. Hundreds of galaxies outnumbering stars in a single image. I played Beat Saber for the first time today. Absolutely loved it. Hella good workout. I would imagine Nori could attest to that. So late, it's always prime time somewhere in the globe. Exactly. Whereas we are 3:27 a.m. Probably one of, actually no, it wouldn't be the longest, the earliest stream we've done. I think there's been a couple weeks, like inadvertently going all night long. But our first image of the evening, the Pinwheel Galaxy, M101, one of it's double the size of our Milky Way by contemporary measurements. 25 million light years away, and at that distance, it's still this large. Pardon me. That's still the hot peppers flowing through. A target that is this large in our sensor, and at that distance, it is a massive target. It is a massive agglomeration of stars and nebulae, as it was 25 million years ago. You wanted to get in shape and lose some weight, so Beat Saber is great for that. But by the sounds of Nori Kitty's streams, yes, it sounds like there is a really good workout in there. All right. I think my mouth has cooled down, and naturally the only thing I had available to drink was more coffee. That's what you do at 3 in the morning. You drink more coffee. Especially when you figure the bedtime is soon. Now, yeah, I can't see any more stars in our sky, and like I said, what is it following? Let's do 5 seconds. Let me see here. Ooh, that's a nice wide field. I like that sim. See, again, yes, it's cool to take a look at galaxies close up, but when you can see them in the in situ, essentially, get the context of where it is in the night sky. It's getting late and you got to get to work in the morning. Have a great night and good imaging. Thank you very much, Lily. Wonderful to see you. Good to see you in here as always. I try to finish your Sharpless 308 soon. Then you just swap for your Schmidt for your seat.
Schmidt for the season. Now, again, those who are new and unfamiliar with the goats, these goats used to live on our property. They weren't the previous owners, but they used to live here. That was the video we shot when we came to look at this place to buy it. We instantly fell in love with this goat. And then he moved away. Or they ate him. I don't know. You can make up whichever story about the goat you like. But for a brief moment, it was a part of our lives. All right. It would appear that even at 5, he moved away to their tummy. Even with the 5-second exposures, we're not getting much information anymore. Thomas, what's going on? How you doing? If you had the chance to be the first person to fly into a black hole, would you take it? And what do you think you'd see on the other side? Giant library full of books. This is where PhD 2 comes in handy with star mass. I would say so as well. I don't know. It would be if I had the chance. I wouldn't. I thought, to be fair, I'd thought about it, and it would be, the knowledge would be only to me. It would be an incredibly selfish thing to do. I would rather somehow be able to share that. But how's it going, Thomas? Good to see you. Good to see you here. Hope you've been having a good day, good start to the week. We are, I would say, for the mass majority, the great deal of people have approached Hump Day, with maybe a few stragglers out to the west.
A Strock 14 M45 towards the Gear Fund. Keep up the good work.
Suspense. Well, guys, thank you. Thank you very much for the 200 bits. Greatly appreciated. On to the... there's very little tip left. Now, for you, for the 200 bits, a full... And yes, it's not me just eating tortilla chips. Yeah, those had all the spice. As always, increments of 50 bits, we do ghost pepper peanuts. If I can divvy it up around 100, every 100 bits would be a ghost pepper tortilla chip. Although I am tempted to make nachos out of that one day. I think those would be some... some very spicy nachos. Delicious, but very spicy. Get some ground beef, sour cream, I probably wouldn't put jalapenos. Maybe I would. Maybe if it was like sweeter jalapenos, if they're not so hot. We pickled some. We moved into this place in September, and the previous owners, they had a large garden, and there's a greenhouse on the property where there's a great deal of jalapenos growing in the greenhouse. So we still have quite a collection of the jalapenos. I have dried some ghost pepper seeds from the whole fresh ghost pepper that we've eaten a couple of times. So we'll aim to try to grow a ghost pepper plant of our own, so I don't have to go to the grocery store and buy ghost peppers when we're feeling slightly adventurous. Ferment them up, make your own salsa. Ought to put buying you a cup of milk. All right, I'm seeing we are going to be expecting some snow and possible freezing rain. But we have quite a bit of data on this now. I would say I'm happy with the amount of that we have collected on M106. Pardon me. I'm glad with the amount of data that we have collected here. So we'll save that image. Make sure that one's saved. And what we'll do is we'll also send the telescope. We'll park that. And we'll get that. Oh my goodness. We'll get that all set up there and tucked in for the night. And then yeah, we'll be ready for breakfast in a few hours. But that is exactly what I love doing here on this channel. It is what brings me joy, and I hope it brings everybody a little bit more insight into the universe. What about here for a solar wind projection? It's probably, you know what, we're gonna get the aurora, and it's gonna miss my area. Everywhere else is gonna get it. Everywhere else is gonna get the auroras except us. What do we got? We got a sizable one. Or it will be cloudy. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we'll get the aurora, and it's going to be just all the clouds. 6 p.m. your time, 9 p.m. my time, Thursday, 31st of March. It depends. It depends. Where is my forecast? Take a quick look here. So that was tonight. I gotta say, for when it was supposed to cut off at midnight, very fortunate for how much clear sky we had. Nope, it looks. Wait, sorry, that's not Thursday. That's this is Wednesday. This is Thursday. This is Friday. This is Saturday. That's Sunday. So possibly Friday night, we'll be back doing some imaging. Unfortunately, it looks like Thursday we're going to miss. We're going to miss the fireworks. Oh boy. So, of this, well, this is a new mystery Lego bit goal that we're working toward. We will reveal at this area roughly 50-ish% of what it is going to be for. But I do appreciate those who had smashed the previous goal, and we will be getting the Lego Rocket Launch Center. modeled after the NASA's SLS mission, which will have its test flight hopefully early June once all the tests are worked out. So that will be a Lazy Sunday Lego build. If CNN invited you on to debate and ask for an astrology psychic on live news TV, would you accept? No, because there's no argument in there. Not everything they say would be wrong. Also, there was another question that was posed, and I apologize I missed it. Talking about if I discovered a asteroid heading toward Earth. That would just make total sense if I was the one to discover it for some weird reason. B, perhaps it would be early enough that they could launch another DART type mission to try to delay it by like a few minutes, just enough time. A la carte, like Bill Nye versus religious people. Yeah, it would just be no. Nope. So yes, it has been a absolutely tremendous imaging session tonight. It has been a fantastic stream. Y'all are absolutely tremendous. And I gotta say, for being on at this hour, it is, the energy levels are good. And I am very happy that we had some clear skies. And that those of you who have joined us and spent time with us, as always, it's the best commodity you can offer up. I appreciate all the support that has been given through subscriptions, resubscriptions, and bits. It was always appreciated. We do have our different goals that we're working toward. The monthly goals are going to be a little shifted because we did have a late start to March. And then we'll have some quick little fun things to do at the end of April and kind of going back into May for like our regular schedule. Skybridge, really enjoyed the overnight stream. Well, glad to be there for people tonight. And yeah, it has been absolutely wonderful.
Stephen, what are you?
Yes, I also want to watch Moon Knight. So, for those who are subscribed to the channel, that is your raid message. For those who are not subscribed, fear not. I have you covered for a fun little raid message featuring Carl Sagan. What I think I'm going to do is we're going to go send some even more love over to Spirit Music. He's a Canadian acoustic artist, and he is currently streaming right now, sharing some love.
Man, R2D2 is the best.
And yes,
you made that when you were young. Cool.
I am happy to be able to send everybody over there. So once again, I thank all the amazing people for bringing in the raids, bringing in the love. Where are our messages? For Ari Deacon Wife, as well as Selena, Science Streams, Capone Gaming, Nova Charter, Stephen McNotreal. It has been a tremendous evening tonight. You are all so absolutely wonderful. Keep being so awesome, and we look forward to seeing you again next time. Said we'll be back Friday. Astronomy chat. Ghost Peppers. Saturday, doing some astrophotography processing, as well as Sunday returning with the continuation of our lazy Sunday Lego stream, building the Monkey Kid Galactic Explorer. It has been an absolute pleasure. Once again, join our Discord if you'd like, if you have some things you want to ask off stream. Always happy to answer those questions. Say this, Hazel. Thank you very much for supplying with the breakfast today. And once again, those are our raid messages. Hope you've had a wonderful evening. I have had an absolute blast. It is always my pleasure to share the night sky with you as often as possible. And as always, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Ah, I'm here to muck up. There we go. All right. We're going to send you over to Spirit Music. I appreciate y'all so much. That spiel I just said. There we go. Love you all very much. Have a very good evening. Stay safe. We'll see you Friday.